touch my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely the goodness and mercy shall follow me in all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Bose. Now, I request Shri Mr. Manoharan. I request His Honorable Panagala Theru and Dr. Radhakrishnan, Mr. Sri L. Ramakrishnan, and Mrs. Shakuntala to come and light the lamp. Namo Narayana, everybody. Now we will do since the formal lamp lighting is complete. Now I will give a very short welcome address to all of y'all because our chief guest is the next speaker and he has his flight to catch. So I'll give a small introduction about him. Hailing from agricultural family, Mr. Manoharan has seen only few patches of good times during his childhood. But being the youngest of 5 children in the family, he received abundant affection from his parents and siblings. From walking barefoot to school in Rajkoil village, to being driven in a chauffeured car to Rashtrapati Bhavan in Raisna Hills, Mr. Manoharan has had a long march to fame. He's an accomplished tax auditor, a respected corporate honcho, a much admired teacher, a star public speaker, and an engaging author, all rolled into one. Founder of the public accounting firm Manohar Chowdhury and Associates, he is now the chairman of IDBI, a former president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and the government nominated board member that turned Satyam around. Manoharan is very revered in professional circles. He has had a 2-term chairman of Canara Bank and is currently the chairman of IDBI and as an independent director of Mahindra and Mahindra and Tech Mahindra. The crowning piece of his illustrious career has been the conferring of Padma Shri on him in 2010. 1 year shy of turning 60, Manoharan has decided to do the unthinkable, run the half marathon. From then to now, across the next 6 years, he has done it 22 times in different cities with the best timing of 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 44 seconds in 2020. Now, I request Mr. Manoharan to come and say a few words.
It's my honor and privilege to be part of this inaugural session of the 8th Annual Conference on Peace and Reconciliation, so thoughtfully organized by Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, jointly with Sri Jnana Advaita Peetham. And the theme of the conference is so inspiring. Peace is born of justice. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all assembled here to pay our tribute, and because of the faith we repose on the divergent faiths on whose behalf the prayers were rendered this morning. And I must thank Swami Sri Hari Prasad, founder and managing trustee of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, for giving me this opportunity, humbling opportunity of delivering the inaugural address at this divine forum. As rightly mentioned in the brochure for this event, on one side we have a scenario where people are so anxious to grow, achieve their targets, ambitions, prosper, lead, and surpass one another. On the other side, we also have evolved human beings who want to strike a balance between all the roles and responsibilities. They are keen on moderation, reconciliation, renunciation, and adoption of methods that bring the planet together. In fact, even in the corporate world, now the buzzword is ESG, environment, social, governance. Because if you are conscious of the environment, you are taking all measures and steps to preserve the planet, because that is the fundamental need for sustainability and survival. Then you should also not grow in isolation. It has to be inclusiveness, where all the people of all strata of society, faith, caste, creed, religion, are aligned together, converge together for a single purpose and progress together, and therefore the social dimension. And the third, governance, is whatever you do in terms of your commercial aspirations, be it profession or business, it has to be done by adopting the best practices in the most ethical way. Means should be as much ethical as the end that you aspire to achieve. And therefore, good governance, which means planet, people, and the way you prosper or make profit. All the 3 P's should be achieved through ESG methodology. Now, coming to the spirituality aspect of human life, and I'm confident over the next 3 days, this forum is going to provide a lot of food for thought, a lot of introspection, brainstorming, and deliberations on all the topics that have been enlisted. And I'll be only missing the opportunity city, as was mentioned, I'll be leaving shortly the city. But what I would like to say to begin with is, there was a mention about Satyam turnaround. When government nominated the six of us to turn around the Satyam computers, one of the journalist friend asked me, because that day the board meeting was chaired by me and I was briefing the press, media briefing was happening. And after I concluded, the Q&A began, and one of the journalist friend asked me, Mr. Manoharan, you are all temporary directors nominated by the government. Satyam is a sinking ship. What is that you are going to achieve? The emphasis on the word temporary was phenomenal. But with all humility at my command, I smiled at him and said, we are all temporary in this world, but we can build institutions which are permanent in this world. We can resurrect institutions which can have eternal existence with excellence. We can follow and adopt values, principles, tenets, which will last for generations to come. And the best practices, we can leave it for the next generation, can go on for centuries to be adopted. So we are mortals, but institutions, values, principles, faith, they are eternal. And our best we can contribute to perpetuate that, to pass it on to the posterity, to proudly inherit, is the little task given to us in this life. Every one of us should justify our existence. Life by itself has no meaning. Life is only an opportunity for us to give it a meaning. How best we give it a meaning depends on what we do, what we talk, how we act, so on and so forth. And therefore, while we are mortals, there is a way by which we can live beyond our age. How do humans live beyond our age? First 25 years or so we learn. Next 35 years or so we earn. But life becomes more meaningful when we share what we have learned and what we have earned to those who are in need of it and those who are around us. By touching and transforming the lives of others, you live in their hearts for generations to follow. By building institutions, you can live beyond your age by those who get benefited out of those institutions. And it is in that context, I would like to pay rich tribute to our Swami Sri Hari Prasad for founding this institution, Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, which has taken up on this noble task of bringing all the faiths together and spreading this knowledge. In fact, the theme of the conference, as it is explained in the flyer, goes on to say, time and the world never seem to stand still, which is very true. Even when lockdown was announced globally, flights might have halted, ships might have been anchored, vehicles might have been grounded, but nevertheless, they were all working from home. Humans were working from home towards their aspirations, goals, so on and so forth. So it's in American War College, those days, they used to explain to the trainees as to how they should be prepared for a VUCA world in a Cold War scenario. VUCA is nothing but volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. But what was perceived as the four phenomena of an exceptional situation, an emergency calamity situation, appears to be the order of the day today on a day-to-day basis. In the normal life also, you find so much of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And that is where I think if only we can evolve ourselves in our and beliefs and faiths, I think we can surpass them, we can overcome them, we can surmount them, we can conquer them, and lead a peaceful life. One devotee asked Swamiji, Dalai Lama, what wonders you? What wonders you in this world? Swamiji replied by saying, man himself is a wonder. Because first half of his life, he sacrifices his health to earn wealth. Next half of his life, he sacrifices the wealth he earned to recuperate his health, which he lost in the process. He is so anxious about the future, he fails to live in the present. With the result, he neither lives in the present nor in the future. But he lives as if he's never going to die, but ultimately dies without actually living the life. We should not belong to this mundane segment of the population. On the other hand, we should try to, reform this environment amongst us, which are, mad in the race, joining the race around them in material prospects. In fact, Siddhartha, who later came to be known as Gautama Buddha, deserted palace in search of peace. That's what is the theme, peace and reconciliation. So he wanted to reconcile the conflicts that were arising within him. On one side, poverty, death, cruelty. On another side, conquering the world, by capturing kingdoms and all that. This conflict drove him out of the palace in search of peace, and he got it under Bodhi tree. But in today's world, there are many who are running behind material, accomplishments, deserting peace in search of prosperity. And if you stop one of them and ask them, where are you running? Why are you running? He will say, I'm running after all for my family, for my kith and kin. Actually, they fail to understand they are not running for their family. They are running away from their family. That is the cruel state of affairs. So it has to be an evolved, aspirations are not bad per se in life. But we should know the distinction and differentiation between aspiration and greed. In my humble view, aspiration, how do you differentiate between greed? Greed is you want to achieve what you want by hook or crook, even through unethical means. That's what it will ultimately drive you to. But if it is aspiration devoid of greed, then that is the driving force for your life. A student wanting to get first rank, that is an aspiration. Some people used to say, greed to earn money is bad, but greed to learn things is good. But even there, I would desist using the expression or the term greed. So aspiration encompasses two things, which is antidote for greed. One is whatever you aspire, you have the path and direction, ethical, well-defined. Consciously, you achieve it through your passion, your love for what you are doing. Second thing, you may succeed, you may not succeed in your aspiration. If it is greed, even if you get what you want, you are not satisfied. You want more. So it never stops. Whereas aspiration, if you get what you have aspired, you are happy. Even if you don't get what you have aspired, you are contented. You take it in the stride. They say, no, when you succeed, you change your goal. When you fail, you change your methods, approach, attitude, and try to transform failure into success. So that's how it's a contented journey of life, aspiration. So from that perspective, it should be taken. And I'm confident these 3 days of deliberations is going to empower each one of our minds in facing the world, this VUCA world, with a balanced mind. In Ramayana, when Rama was called and informed that tomorrow is the crowning ceremony for you, and after some time, he was again announced, tomorrow your younger brother Bharata will be crowned. You will have to go for Vanavas for 14 years. At both the points in time, what was the facial expression of Rama? How did he receive these two different, divergent, conflicting messages? Kambar writes, it was like that lotus flower, unchanged, undisturbed, on receiving both the messages or information. Somebody can say, he is avatar of Lord, he is bound to be so evolved, and therefore there is no surprise in it. But it is not necessarily so. You must have read the story of Arthur Ashe, the Black American who was ranked number 1 after he won the Wimbledon championship, tennis championship in 1974-75. And unfortunately, at the young age of 49, he was suffering from a deadly disease on account of blood transfusion for no fault of his. He was in the deathbed. Millions of fans wrote him letters. One fan went to the extent of telling Arthur Ashe, you should curse God, you should question God, you should challenge God. Why me? Of all the human beings, why me? You have chosen for this deadly disease. Arthur Ashe wrote back to that fan saying, my dear fan, I respect your sentiments, but world over, 50 million start playing tennis. Out of them, 5 million only learn to play tennis. Among them, only 500,000 start playing tennis as that kind of a passion. Among them, again, few hundreds only start playing professional tennis. Among them, only 5,000 scale up. 500 enter the circuit. Only 50 come to the level of participating in a Grand Slam tournament like this, Wimbledon. And out of that 50, only 4 enter the semi-finals. And then 2 in the finals. And when I played the finals, won the championship and lifted the trophy, I never looked up to God and asked him, why me? Why you have chosen me for this honor? Having not asked then, I dare not ask now, why me? Actually, we should always invite our Creator to say, try me and prove me. I'm willing to, because I genuinely feel we, the creatures, along with the Creator is so magnanimous, he allows us to co-author our life's journey. I don't believe that all the pages of our life are filled. There are many blanks. It's our duty to write them the beautiful way in which we want to write them. And if our dedication, involvement, the objective nobility is so good, the Creator may, when it comes to, because there are certain pages which, whether you like it or not, is bound to be adverse, bound to be worse to things that are going to happen in your life or around you. That may be because of karma. You have to undergo that. But it is possible that, in my view, when it comes to that page where the adverse consequences awaiting you, the Creator himself may be so mesmerized by your devotion, your involvement and dedication, he may erase that page and allow you to write what you want to write as the consequence. That is why I think Thiruvallur said, Deivathal agadeninum muyarchitan meivartha kooli tharum. So even if God did not destine it to happen, it's not that you can, Vidiyai Madhyal Vellalam. All this, I think, is a culmination of what it means is God is so gracious to allow you to co-author the life's journey in the enchanting way in which you want it. So from that and this peace born out of justice. தமிழ் வாழ்த்து வைஷ்ணவி ரொம்ப அழகா பாண்டாங்க. அதனால தமிழ்ல சொல்லணும்னா, நியாயங்களை காயப்படுத்தாத தன்மை வேண்டும், காயங்களை நியாயப்படுத்தாத அணுகுமுறையும் வேணும். So you just cannot inflict injury to justice. You have to preserve justice, and you cannot justify a wrong that happens also. So that is how I think we'll have to look at this theme and the deliberations that going forward. Now, let me just conclude quickly by saying, I was mentioning about VUCA word, but all this spirituality, the deliberations, meaningful conversations that are going to happen will enlighten us to believe when we say VUCA, it is not volatility, it is virtuousness. If you have virtuousness, all this volatility will not affect you at all. And this you is not uncertainty. Whatever be the uncertainty, if you have the right understanding, nothing will go wrong. So, and C is not complexity, it is compassion to fellow human beings, respect to fellow religions, other faiths and all that. And it's not ambiguity, because even Charles Darwin said, you know, even the strongest of the species, most intelligent cannot survive, but the one who is able to adapt to the environment can survive. But adaptability should be for the present scenario, what is happening around us, and what we are destined to face, but not for the fundamentals which are value system. That will not change at all, be it 18th century or 20th century or 21st century or 30th century, it's not going to change at all. And therefore, I only wish that, my desire twofold. One is for India. I'm standing here because, I happen to be the regional Grand Master of the Regional Grand Lodge of Southern India in the Freemasonry movement. Not because of any of my other capacities, because that is how I know Swamiji, who is also a brother. In Freemasonry, we practice two things. One is the universal brotherhood. All are brothers. I mean, there is no barrier, geographical, nationality, religious, or anything. In fact, all the faiths prayer, when these are ended, in Freemasonry, we keep all the sacred writings of all the faiths. And all the religions are equally respected. And if a Mohammedan wants to join us, he takes oath on Quran. If a Christian wants to join Freemasonry, he takes the oath on Bible. If a Hindu wants to join the institution, he takes the oath on Bhagavad Gita. So all are kept and based on the faith, and we respect all the faith. Second thing is this universal brotherhood is something, which, in Sangakala, Purananuru, Kavinjar Pungandranar has said, Yadum Bure Yavarim Keli. So all are my places and all are my kith and kin. And Vasudeva Kutumbaka. And even in Ramayana, when Kugan came, it was mentioned, Kuganoda Ivaronum. So unknown stranger can be adopted as a brother. So all these are all things which are enshrined in Freemasonry. And that is why Swamiji invited me here to share some of my thoughts as part of the inaugural. He gave me 30 minutes, but I will not test your patience for 30 minutes. And I think this conference, annual conference with such wonderful theme and sessions and deliberations, so many intellectuals and evolved human beings going to participate in the sessions, I think this conference will not build a future for us, but it will build us for the future. Whatever be the future, I think we'll be able to face that. And my aspiration for India is, in a Western world, they say developed economy. India, it is developing economy. But where are we now? In 2010, we were not in the top 10, but we managed to push Canada out and became the 9th largest GDP size economy, nominal size. 2015, we overtook Brazil and Italy, became the 7th largest. 2018, we overtook France to become the 6th largest. Just before COVID, we were about to almost surpass UK, but then COVID slipped us. But last year, we surpassed UK to become the 5th largest. And in 2027, we are going to overtake Germany in GDP size, and 2029 or 30, we will overtake Japan. Thereafter, we are going to compete with China and US. So this triangular contest, when it happens, India at 2047, after 100 years of independence, which is another 25 years, or rather 24, 3 years. So in this 24 years, where we are going to be, what we are going to achieve. I think, when we reach 2047, we may be the largest GDP size economy in the world. But becoming largest size GDP economy from the economic point of view is, in my view, no doubt important, but that should not be the priority. Because when other economies prospered like this, galloped, they destroyed the rich tradition and culture, the values. Institutions had no meaning, like marriage as an institution, family as an institution, respect for gurus, teachers, source of knowledge, all that. So my only aspiration for India is economically as we prosper, even if it takes longer time, let us prosper, retaining, preserving our rich tradition and culture. This, amicable, virtuous relationship among all the faiths, the love and affection with no animosity whatsoever, that should be preserved and we should prosper. And economically, of course, Martin Luther King said in his famous dream speech, whether my 4 little children will live in a nation one day, that was his dream. One day, my 4 little children should live in a nation where they are not judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. And when 2047 comes, besides preserving our rich values, tradition, our Indian rupee, 1 rupee should become equivalent to $1. That parity also should come. So economically, spiritually, India should evolve on side by side. And let me end with a prayer. May God, divine God, bless all of us with the strength to change things which need to be changed around us, the serenity to accept things which cannot be changed, and the wisdom to know the difference. Thank you very much. May God bless us.
Heartfelt thank you to Mr. Manoharan for those very thought-provoking words which resonate with the conference. Now I request Mr. C.L. Ramakrishnan and Mr. Kapoor to come and give a small memento and garland Mr. Manoharan. We are changing the program a little bit because he has to leave, and no problem. Our speaker has actually set the tone for the conference. So a welcome address over here from my side as a formal piece of event is a big welcome to all of you all over here, because these 3 days we are going to be deliberating on justice and how it's going to help us in peace and the reconciliation of peace. So now we will be moving on to His Holiness the Mahanayaka Sri Banagala Teru to come and bless this organization program for today. We'll give you the mic for the next 5 minutes.
Venerable Sir, our Holiness Sri Hari Prasad Swamiji, Managing Trustee, Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation. I sent from Sri Lanka, Dr. Samit Hettige, dear brothers and sisters. I am very glad to attend this ceremony of our conference, wearing the saffron robe, the yellow robe, all the way from Japan, Sri Lanka, and then to India. Well, this holy land, so-called Chennai, I visited when I was 12 years old, and that was 61 years before. I was just thinking that, oh my God, why didn't I met our Swamiji, so that I would have served you much more through peace. And also, I must pray for the people who was affected with flood and cyclone in Chennai. Well, peace is very important for everybody. And this yellow robe is the icon of peace. And my guru, so-called Gautam Buddha, he is the one who taught us the meaningful things about peace. That's why, Swamiji, I thought of to give, have a peace in this world through education. When the children goes to the kindergarten or to nursery school, from that end we have to start this, to love others, to make friendship. We should not, now we are separate from, we have a boundaries. People, I am Buddhist, somebody can say I am Hindu, somebody can say I am Christian, somebody can say I am Muslim, Jain and Sikh. There should not be barriers. They can believe in their own religion. But I move with all the religions. Last 2 years back, about 2 years back, I opened the doors in Saudi Arabia for yellow robe. The World Muslim Congress has invited me, and I was the one who opened, for the first time in the history of Saudi Arabia, I opened the doors for others, like yellow robe, and also for the fathers. And that is why, the present Pope, who visited me in Sri Lanka at my temple to say hello to me. And at the same time, the Muslim countries and the Christian countries, even the Vatican was invited me for a couple of times. And my time is only 5 minutes, and I am not in healthy-wise, I am not very healthy today for last few years. But anyway, since to meet our Swamiji, I thought of to come. Otherwise, I may not come. To bless Swamiji for your endeavor, we hope that peace and reconciliations can come through not only within one religion, but we have to mingle with everybody. That's the way you are doing now, inviting church, inviting mosque, inviting temple, and everything. So I would like to bless the cyclone affected people, and also to bless Swamiji, so that you can serve much more to the people of, not only people of India, but to the whole world. So I hope my 5 minutes about to finish. So yeah, yeah. Actually, so anyway, there's a peace. I I pray for to prevail peace in the world. And Buddha has said, hate nahi verena verani sammanti the Kudachana averena cha sammanti esa dhammo sanatano. Hatred never ceased by hatred, hatred ceased by love. वैर से समाप्त नहीं होता, बल्कि वैर मैत्री से ही खत्म होता है। यह सनातन धर्म है। इसलिए ये भगवान बुद्ध का धर्म जो है सब को लागू है। This can be, this religion is applicable to all, because it's not rather than the religion, is a philosophy. So I pray a good health, and also I pray for the people who affected cyclone very recently. So with the few words of Buddha, I conclude my speech. Bhavatu sabba mangalam rakkantu sabba devata sabba buddhanu bhavena sada sotti bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalam rakkantu sabba devata manubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalam rakkantu sabba devata Sanganubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te sabbitiyo vivajjantu sabba rogo vinasatu Bhavattvantarayo sukhi dirghayuko bhavatu sabba mangalam rakkantu sabba devata Anubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalam rakkantu sabba devata Sanganubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalam rakkantu sabba devata Sanganubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te rabbityo vajjantu sabba rogo vinasatu Bhavatvantarayo sukhi dirghayuko bhava.
Just to give an introduction about the most venerable Banagala Pastita Theru. Ma'am, I hope I've got the pronunciation right. He was born on the 5th of January 1950 in a remote village called Banagala in the southern province of Sri Lanka. At the age of 17, he was ordained as a principal as a Buddhist monk Samanera under the most venerable Hedegale Panatissa Mahanayaka Thera, the then chief Sangha Nayaka for India. He had his primary education in Sri Lanka and entered the Buddhist missionary service and training under the Mahabodhi Society from 1961. Had his secondary education at the Mahabodhi Inter College, Varanasi, India. He was also awarded the Bachelor of Arts and Master of Arts degrees for his higher studies from Indian universities. The energetic young monk received his higher ordination in 1970. He mastered the Japanese language in Japan in 1976, obtained a diploma having followed a course in child education and specialized in the same subject. His dedication for child education opened the way to establish 14 kindergartens in Sri Lanka with the assistance of eminent personalities and venerable priests in Japan. He established Lankaji, the temple, and the government of Japan legally recognized it by vesting the status of Shukoyo Hojin. Being the head of the Lankaji, he established the Japan Sri Lanka Buddhist and Cultural Center. His noble services elevated him to be the chief head priest for Sri Lanka in Japan. Further, he was honored to be the head priest of Mahabodhi Agra Sarvaka Mahavihara, where the holy relics of Sariputta and Moggallana Mahathera, the chief disciples of Buddha, are kept. The government of Sri Lanka, in recognizing his contributions for social development and rehabilitation, made Reverend Banagala Upatissa the authorized representative of the Ministry of Social Services in Japan for the subject connected with the persons who are disabled. Having heard his blessing, I think this particular conference is really blessed to have such greats come and give us their thoughts. On this, I request Swami Hari Prasad to give him a memento and a thought. Now, Venerable Mr. Sampath Kumar will present his memento to Swami Hari Prasad. To us, he does not need introduction, but the conference deems it fit that he needs to be introduced formally. Swami Hari Prasad, the founder and managing director of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, Chennai, and the treasurer of Sri Jnana Advaita Peetham, has the fortune of his mother being his guru, as in the case of the Upanishad Rishis. From the very early stage in his life, he has been living in his house, also the Gurukula. He has been serving and learning from his guru, Her Holiness Sadguru Sri Jnanananda Saraswati Swami Ma. No wonder his knowledge is vast and his bhakti for his guru immeasurable. He has been virtually managing Sri Jnana Advaita Peetham for decades under the guidance of Sri Sadguru Swami. A very powerful memory, Saulabhyam, and unending energy are his hallmarks. He has enlightened the devotees and many others with a series of explanations of Acharam and in-depth analysis of Kathopanishad slokas, both published in Jnana Bhumi, a monthly Tamil magazine. He addresses the devotees regularly during satsangs, explaining aspects of good, clean, life, giving elaborate upanyasams on slokas from Sri Bhagavad Gita. He strongly advocates, supports, and promotes inter-religious faith through active participation in various national and international seminars. A well-wisher of the common man, Swamiji helps the downtrodden very silently, shunning any publicity. He partakes and speaks in, besides also organizing many national and international conferences and seminars. He is a modern guru in a fast-changing world with a very strong faith in the practices and preachings of our ancestors. Now I request Swamiji to give his views on the trajectory of the conference.
Yeah, 15 minutes we'll wait. Narayana, Narayana, Narayana. With the grace of Sri Sadguru and Sri Bhagavan, this conference is happening now. Entirely by his grace. We've had so many obstacles to surmount. We were in, because I was constantly traveling, I could not sit down with the other trustees and work on the conference enough. And the Kerala Rajbhavan told us just a few days ago that His Excellency would not be coming. And I point out that the floods had receded, but they said no. The Tamil Nadu government has not recommended that he doesn't come. So Mr. Manoharan was kind enough to step in and be the chief guest and look after things for us. And he gave us a very good talk this morning. And he spoke about volatility, all this VUCA, he said, which is part of our life now today. But if you look at it, it has always been part of life. Samsara that's the nature of samsara. And but if we've been having difficulties, we have also miraculously, we wanted to have it in another place. There, the electrical arrangements got burnt out, but then we found this place. And the most venerable Banagala Theru had agreed to come. We were not sure whether he would be able to come, but he has blessed us with his presence. He's a person I have had very, very great respect for. I met him many times in the Dharma Dhamma conferences in Madhya Pradesh. And he has always been, like how we see him today, very unassuming, very quiet. And Dr. Samita was kind enough to take me in Colombo to meet him in his office. And that day he was meeting the Prime Minister and the President of Sri Lanka. But he didn't say that he was busy or anything like that. He gave me that amount of time which was necessary for me. And he never said that he had all these people waiting for him. Because Dr. Samita told me, I knew. He was treating people with abedam, without showing any difference. That's what I liked very much about him. And by the grace of God, we have him with us today, and we'll have him on many, many more occasions also, I hope. So there are two trajectories which we have followed always. One is the seeking for peace. The other is peace through interfaith action. There are many people who are very committed like the people who led the prayer today, were very committed towards peace. On the other hand, also there are people who are like to stop that from happening. So the president, the head of the Indian Union Muslim League is supposed to come tomorrow. And there are numerous people protesting and saying he should not come. So we hope that, and the state secretary is caught between us and them. So we hope with God's grace that he will be able to come. And he, as far as I've seen, he's been a very sattvic person. So I hope he will come. But peace is born out of justice. This is something we must remember. We have seen it happening again and again in history. Anybody who has been a sincere student of history would see that it has happened. There was, in order to satisfy their egos, in order to keep their control of the world, the Allied forces were extremely unjust to Germany and those people. And that laid the ground for the next World War. If they had not been so mean about the reparations and other things, a much more positive government would have come. So when there is a lack of the basic needs for people, when there is a lack of dignity, when there are injustices happening, then peace gets disrupted. So when we see the history, people want their egos to be happy. They want to be treated well. They want to secure their interests. When they can't do that, then the better type of people, they control themselves. They adjust to the situation and they make the most and grow there. The people who are otherwise, they do wrong things. Even a perception of injustice is enough to make us disrupt peace. The Pandavas were in the forest, they came back to claim the inheritance after their father died. And then when that happened, the Dhritarashtra and Gandhari were upset about it, and that was reflected in their children's behavior. So there was a lot of discrimination done against them. And at such times when there is tension, small things are enough to create anger. Bhimasena, exulting in his strength, when his cousins were sitting on the tree, he shook the tree and they all fell down. That was a memory which these people could not forget, that humiliation. And that caused them to try to poison him, to do other things. So this was not an injustice. He was just showing his strength as a young boy would. He was just a teenager, but that was very galling for them. And so they tried to poison him. The Pandavas accepted an injustice and took only a portion of the kingdom which should have been entirely theirs. But to Duryodhana and others, it was their success, their fame that upset him. And he saw it as an injustice. So then he cheated them. Because this is one of the wonderful things of the human mind, is that we are not conscious of what we have done. We are not conscious of the weaknesses in our case to get this or to get that. We are only conscious of one thing, that we want something. And then we rationalize our demand for it. The human mind is wonderful, and that desire can incarnate itself in so many ways. And we find our minds, our brains and hearts rationalizing sometimes very wrong things. To that extent that Duryodhana said, when Sri Krishna visited Hastinapura to bring about peace, he said, no blame attaches to me in the matter of the dice. I did not cheat. It is Shakuni who cheated. He benefited from it. He took all that. But then when the blame comes, somebody else holds the baby. So this is how the world is. It's full of injustice happening. Sometimes people have to be quiet and take the injustice. It festers in them. Sometimes they use that injustice as a means to go to higher levels of evolution. All of us have been, at some time or the other, we have felt some humiliation. But in the case of Mahatma Gandhi, he used that humiliation as a trigger for himself to stand up against injustice throughout his life. Or at least what he perceived as injustice. The many injustices he rationalized because of his commitment to various concepts. But each person sees according to their lights. Each person has their beliefs. And centered to the belief is this me, my needs. So, Dharma, Artha, Kama, and finally Moksha, all are our needs. Narayana, please come and sit here. Please come and sit here. So, these are all our needs which we want to fulfill. So, my need for Dharma makes me say that even the wrong things that I have done are Dharma only, because we want that validation. My need for success, for possession of the things of the world, that makes me do things. Sometimes Dharma is stronger and we don't cross that limit. And sometimes the desire for artha or for kama to get things are stronger, then it crushes dharma. But always the perception is, I am doing the right thing. Nobody has this feeling. Even the Dhritarashtra, he says that Janami dharmam nacha pravrittim. I know what is dharma, but I can't practice it. I know what is adharma, but I cannot get out of it. And then he puts it, oh, God is sitting in my heart and he's making me do it. That's a typical Dhritarashtra attitude. When we read Mahabharata, Dhritarashtra has got an immense capacity for self-deception. Sadhguru told once one devotee that you try to deceive people, you deceive yourself that you can deceive people, and you deceive yourself that you can deceive God also. So, exactly, Dhritarashtra. His guru, Kanika Bharadwaja, told him that hypocrisy is an easy way of getting what you want. It is the crooked stick and not the straight stick which brings the fruits down from the tree. And he practiced his guru's teachings throughout his life. So, this is how it is that we rarely see that what we have done is wrong. When we see it is wrong, about 60 to 80% of us, we forgive ourselves and we justify ourselves or say, I don't know why I did it, but I did it. There was one lady, she shouted at everybody and then she'd say, I really didn't, I'm not conscious of what I did. And then she won't feel bad that she did it. She did it. So, this is how human beings are. Human beings are seeking their type of justice. Yes, seeking their type of justice. That type of justice will not give peace. The type of justice that will give peace is when we are able to have detachment, when we look at the world and apply the same principle. And when we feel injustice, we don't take out the knife and go for the other man, but we see how we can transform ourselves and transform society, like what Mahatma Gandhi did. He was taken and thrown out of the train. That made him stand up to injustice forever. While the rest of us, we are thrown out about the train, we'll go and give a complaint and we'll stand and shout and say how bad it is. So, these acts of injustice that we see, we must see that it is having an effect on us that will make us want to change ourselves and change the reality around us. When an idea is said repeatedly, then at least outwardly we conform to it. When we say that no, it is not possible, this is an evil world, there will be these sort of things happening, then we are acquiescing in it. We are taking part, even if in a very small way, in that injustice. If nothing else, we should get up and leave. People are gossiping, they're talking about some other person, and they're saying things which are not true. At least we should get up and go out of the place. But the justice to really happen, we must be able to practice that dharma which Bhishma speaks of, in which I'm sure the most venerable will be able to tell us more about the next time he comes. That whatever is harmful to oneself, one should not do to others. This is Samanya Dharma, basic. So this we should try to. And as we progress in spirituality, that will become more normal to us. It will become an automatic reaction. The beginning, we have to make ourselves follow Dharma. Afterwards, we automatically start choosing that path. It becomes an instinct. Just like how we have these two instincts of yoga and Shema, looking after the things that we have, protecting our possessions and acquiring more possessions. Similarly, like that also, the instinct for dharma will come. Bhagavan says in the Gita, Atmaupamyena sarvatra samam pashyati yo Arjuna sukham vayadi yadukam sa yogi paramo mata. That is the best yogi who has the same standard for the in happiness and sorrow in all matters. How he feels it for himself, he feels it for another. Just like how Swami Ramdas of Kanyagad, when the chapati of his was taken by a dog, he took the ghee and gave that also to the dog. Because he felt that, like I enjoy, he eats but also enjoy. Long ago, Sadhguru's father gave her a piece of land. She said, no, I don't have any particular need of land. Divided among all 7 of us. So, later it was sold after land prices went up immensely. And somebody told Sadhguru, if you had just accepted that time, you would have got all this money. Immediately, without a second's thought, she said, the others would have lost them. So, the same thing, that I would have gained, then they would have lost. So that thought came like that. So that is not a thought which comes to everybody, but we can cultivate that by habit or thing, by 2 things, Vairagya and Abhyasa. By that, Vairagya does not mean leaving the whole world, but that Vairagya take our self-interest out of the situation and look at the things as it is. And to keep on doing that again and again, which is very, then the world can be changed. There are 2 things about this peace conference. When I had the second peace conference, at that time, I met a Swedish missionary. He said, let me tell you, Swamiji, you will not get anybody to give you money for this. You will not get any support for this. Because go and put bore wells in a dry area. People will rush up and give you money for it. Bring a lot of babies and keep them in a house and start an orphanage. Money will pour in. Those are things people can see and they sympathize with. And it tugs at the heartstrings. Here, this is a concept which will help, but it's intangible, so it doesn't appeal to people. The other thing was what Ambassador Satish Mehta told me. He said that you are going on the right way, Swamiji. Don't get discouraged. At that time, it was just a fledgling state peace conferences, second conference. He said, it's like smoking. When we were young, everybody smoked, and we apologized for saying that we are non-smokers. And then they'd blow the smoke in our face and do all sorts of things like that. But in today's world, people apologize. They say, I can't help it. I have to smoke. And they go to a separate room and smoke. So you keep working, someday the results will come. So this is how injustice can be combated, and then peace will be born. Shri Krishna Arpanamastu, Shri Sadguru Arpanamastu, Narayana.
The next special address is by Mr. S.R. Bhatt, but I think he still has joined. Yeah, yeah. So we are rolling on now to the first plenary session of the roundtable discussion. He's joined. Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, Professor S.R. Bhatt is an eminent philosopher and a Sanskritist. He was till recently the chairman of ICPR New Delhi. Prior to that, he was the general president of Indian Philosophical Congress. He had also held positions as coordinator of UGC, Special Assistance Program, and was also the head of the Department of Philosophy at the MS University, Vadodara, besides occupying many key positions in various organizations. He has lectured in many universities and research institutes in India, China, Japan, Sri Lanka, Korea, Turkey, Germany, US, and Trinidad. Professor Bhatt has had a long association with Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation over the past many years. He has spoken at many of our functions, and the foundation is grateful indeed for his good wishes and ongoing guidance to the foundation. Professor Bhatt is internationally known as an authority on ancient Indian culture, Buddhism, Jainism, and Vedanta. His research areas include Indian philosophy, logic, epistemology, ethics, value theory, philosophy of education, philosophy of religion, comparative religion, social and political thought. He has a wealth of experience in organizing seminars and workshops, both in India and abroad. He has 21 books and more than 200 research papers under his name as publications. And now I request Mr. Bhatt to give his thoughts on the conference. He will be joining us online. Yeah, he will be joining us shortly. So I hope you people will bear up with us for the technical snag, that delay that can happen.
You can unmute yourself.
Okay. I have unmuted.
You unmute. We can see you.
Yes. You are able to see Professor Bhatt?
I'm able to see Professor Bhatt.
Hmm.
One second. You may not be able to hear us.
Not able to hear you. Yeah.
You won't be able to hear us.
No. So, yeah. How it would be possible then? On phone, if it is possible.
No, I'm connecting. I'm just
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello. पापा जी आप बोलो कुछ. Hello.
Hello, am I audible? Hello,
Yeah, you're audible. We are getting a video.
He is audible, but आपको सुनाई दे रही है? हमें सुनाई नहीं दे रही. We are not able to hear.
You can speak now. We can hear you now. Yeah, she's just going to the mic.
अच्छा, she is just going. पापा जी आप यहाँ ऊपर, आप ये रे ऊपर देखो, यहाँ पर हो आप. ठीक है?
Can you hear me? Yeah, that's fine.
आप यहाँ पर हो.
Can you hear? Can you hear from that end?
No, not a single thing.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
सुनाई दे रहा है कंप्यूटर पे? नहीं, only on phone he is able to hear.
They're able to hear you.
Professor, are we audible from here for you?
yeah, now you are audible.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, good.
So is it okay? You are able to see him and hear him? But he is not now able to see anyone. But
He won't be able to see you. He
Ha.
may not even be able to hear us. He can
okay, he can give a speech. Okay. So when will he give a speech? That you tell.
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
I can hear you on the auditorium.
Oh, sorry.
Not audible.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, you can start speaking. We can hear her.
Okay, आप बोलना शुरू करो.
Hello. Good morning to all. My respectful regards to Sri Sadguru. Also, my respectful regards to Swami Sri Hari Prasad ji and all other participants in this international seminar on a very important theme, which is the need of the day. In fact, peace and justice are the two coveted ideals which are very much aspired for. And they are eluding us because we don't experience peace within and without, nor do we find a full play of justice in the world. And therefore, these two ideals need to be pursued more vigorously, more in a planned way. And for that, we have to make a serious, sincere effort at both individual as well as collective levels. Peace is both individual, social, international, and cosmic, and therefore it is multi-dimensional. What we want first is peace within. We want to be in peace, and it therefore say that there should be mental tranquility and spiritual solace to experience peace. There should also be peace in the society, and for that we want harmony in the society so that people may live in a way which is free from any conflict, free from any tension, free from any aggression. And therefore, social peace is also very much significant. But they also equally significant and important is international peace, peace between and among the countries. Unfortunately, we find that Russia and Ukraine, Israel and Hamas, they are in conflict, and sometimes it appeared that it may lead to world war. Well, any breach of peace is harmful, is devastating, and it does not contribute to not only harmony but also prosperity. Peace is a precondition for prosperity, and if there is no prosperity, there can't be peace. So, what we call in Sanskrit is Abhyudaya. Without peace, there can't be Abhyudaya. Without peace, there cannot be Nishreyasa. Now, this peace, therefore, is very much needed, and our culture stands for peace, peaceful coexistence. And when we have peaceful coexistence, there is mutual cooperation. And when there is mutual cooperation, well, there is, you can say, judicious enjoyment of the fruits of our effort. If anyone is denied and deprived of his or her legitimate share in the prosperity, well, that comes to injustice. So peace and justice go together. If there is injustice, there cannot be peace. Well, if there is discrimination, if there is deprivement, there cannot be peace because this may lead to conflicts, quarrels, and even wars. Therefore, justice also is equally important. Justice is also multidimensional like peace. We have justice within the family, within the society, within the nation, and also at world at large. So what we have is individual justice, social justice, universal justice, and justice therefore is again a precondition for not only cordiality but also prosperity. Without justice, there cannot be prosperity because if people are deprived of their legitimate needs, well, this will lead to conflict, and if there is conflict, there cannot be material progress, and there can't be material prosperity. But more than that, what we want is not just material prosperity, we want a spiritual solace. And that spiritual solace can come only if there is a prevalence of justice. Justice means you deprive someone of his and her natural rights, natural needs, natural demands. We are born with immense possibilities, and our possibilities are to be actualized. And for that, we must have suitable opportunities. So if we are deprived of such opportunities, then again it amounts to the breach of peace, breach of justice. So peace and justice are very important in human life, but we don't just consider human being as the object of peace and justice. Well, we have to have this extension of peace and justice to animals and to this say vegetable, plants, trees, etc. So ecology also is one of the demands of ecological balance, ecological maintenance. That is also a part of peace. So we should have a broader vision of peace now. Of course, we do need help of each other, one another, but this should not lead to exploitation. And if there is exploitation, there is no peace. There is no. This is exploitation is justice, injustice, breach of justice. Therefore, I will say that if there is a lack of justice, then there is a lack of progress and prosperity. What we want is that there should be peace within, mental peace, peace of the individual, peace of the nation, and peace in the cosmos. Well, in Indian culture, we have Shanti Path. And in our Shanti Path, we talk of peace at every level of the cosmos. So in fact, basically, inherently, cosmos is orderly. But we human beings introduce disorder in the cosmos. We make use of science and technology for such purposes which lead to breach of peace. For example, this atomic energy, it can be used for human wellness, but we misuse it to destroy humanity, and not only humanity, destroy the whole cosmos. If World War takes place, and if it is atomic World War, then this atomic World War will not only destroy humanity, it will also have dangerous consequences for nature and for innocent creatures. Therefore, we have to have a peace brigade. Of course, we do talk of peace brigade. We do have sermons on peace. We have conferences on peace. But in actuality, we don't find peace. In Indian culture, it is always insisted that we should aspire for peace, and we should have justice for all. Justice for all means love for all. Love is a precondition for justice, and we should have mutual love. We should have love among the human beings, love with animals, love for nature, and so forth. So, love is another ideal which we have to share. Love results in friendship, maitri. Friendship towards all, so that we don't have any inimical relation with anyone. So no hatred for anyone, no malice for anyone. So all these are different, you can say, dimensions of peace. And wherever there is peace, you will find there is justice. Example of Ramarajya. Ramarajya stands for an ideal state wherein there is no conflict, no hatred, no jealousy, and everyone enjoys the fruits of one's own labor and contributes to the wellness of others. So it is a mutual give and take. In Indian culture, we have 3 terms which are very much meaningful. One is that Saha Astitva. We must live together. We should live and let others also live, which is non-violence. Violence in ahimsa for that. So this, of course, the term appears to be negative, but no, it is very much positive. Ahimsa is a positive term. It means that we care for the wellness of everyone, each and every, both living as well as non-living. Ahimsa doesn't mean non-killing only. Widen its meaning, and should care for the wellness of everyone. If everyone is happy, then we find prevalence of peace and justice. So, what is important is peace and justice in human life in particular. I say human life in particular because human being is the highest evolute in the cosmic process. And therefore, human being has the utmost responsibility. The more evolved we are, the more responsible we should feel. And it is human being who causes a lack of peace, lack of justice. Again, it is human being who alone can ensure prevalence of peace and justice in the cosmos. We have the doctrine of karma in our culture, and there we insist that if we do good, we shall have a happiness in life. If we do something evil, then we shall have pain and suffering. And therefore, it is the action. Of course, action is determined by our mind. Mind should be pure. If our mind is pure, our action will also be pure. And our action is pure, then there will not be breach of peace and justice. Therefore, we have to, for all this, we have to have a proper education. Education is the panacea for that. In our culture, education, through education we get right knowledge. Nahi jnanena sadrisham pavitram iha vidyate. And this is the emblem of Vishnu Foundation. So it is knowledge which is guaranteeing peace. Education is not mere information. Education is character building. Education stands for a life which is worthy of living, a virtuous life. And only in an educated society, which we call as civil society, we find both peace and justice. If people are disciplined, if they are well behaved, if they follow the rules and regulations, not rules and regulations are not to be imposed, but they should be part and parcel of our own being. I remember I visited China about 20 years back, and I found that there were no laws. The people were all disciplined. Mao was a great dictator, and he disciplined the people, Chinese people. But now I find that Chinese are most indisciplined people in the world. So it is proper education, and it is you can say what we call is dhamma. Control of body, control of senses, control of mind, and control of our desires. I would therefore suggest that we should not only theorize about peace, but also undertake concrete measures to bring about peace in the world. The world, we have enough for everyone to live and to enjoy. We call the Earth, Mother Earth, as Vasudha, full of splendors. And therefore, we can have a fulfillment of our legitimate needs by enjoying the fruits of the earth, Mother Earth. So why should we have then deprivement, bereavement? Why should we say that some people should be more rich and some should be hand to mouth? I think this sort of disparity between the rich and the poor, this leads to this injustice. And it is this which leads to lack of peace. So in a peaceful society, there should be a guarantee that everyone should get whatever is legitimately due to him or her. This is what we aspire for. Fortunately, in our country, our culture, and our present government also very much cares for peace and justice. So it is this which is to be harnessed. And that there should be peace and there should be justice. But it should be merely a want. It should be actualized. So, and this is not an individual affair. It is collective affair. All of us, the entire humanity, should strive for the realization of peace. Peace, therefore, is something which is universal, something which is to be realized by the whole world through collective effort. For this, what we want is prevalence of virtues everywhere. We say, following Bhagavad Gita, Paritranaya sadhunam, vinashaya cha dushkratam. We should not only be virtuous, we should make others also virtuous, and we should not be vicious, and we should not allow others to be vicious. So the civil society is a virtuous society, a society wherein there is adherence to virtues, and people care for each other and one another. This is what our culture stands for. This is what India can offer to the world. The contribution of course, India has been a guru in Vigyan in the past. It is again becoming guru in the field of science and technology. But we are guru in the field of adhyatma, spirituality. And spirituality means that there is fundamental unity in the entire cosmos. And therefore, when there is fundamental unity, we feel that all are one. All are our own self, not other than our own self. And therefore, we should care for all, malice towards none, and love for all. And this is what we should have to realize peace. Peace, therefore, needs a planned effort. We have planning for material prosperity. We have say the seventh plan, sixth plan, fifth plan, etc. We can go on having such plans, but that's not enough. What should we have is as a planning for peace. And if we have planning for peace, not mere sermonizing on peace, but planning means actualizing, effort, making effort to actualize. Peace is something which is sadhya, coveted ideal. It is not asadhya, it is not unrealizable. It is realizable, but it can be realized only through proper mechanism, proper means. And education is the surest means for that. And that's why in our culture, we begin with the Brahmacharya Ashrama, wherein a pupil is given lessons, practical lesson to have a virtuous life, life of mutual cooperation and peace. I very much appreciate the efforts of Swami Sri Sadguruji for spreading the message of peace and justice. He is a person who has a childlike simplicity and purity. And therefore, his efforts for peace should be emulated by all. He is a realized soul, and his realization must be shared by all, so that we have mutual respect and mutual regard. I congratulate him for organizing this peace seminar every year. And not only he organizes peace seminar, he makes sincere effort also to help others, so that they are free from injustice. I am thankful to him for inviting me to speak something on this occasion. I don't keep good health. I don't want to speak more, and I appreciate the participation of learned scholars in this seminar come webinar, and I hope that they follow the path of peace, path of virtues, path of what can be called as sadguna. We have to have good qualities in our life, and we must avoid all durgunas, all evils and mal virtues. I thank all once again. Thank you very much. So, may I hand over to the organizers?
I thank Professor very from the bottom of our hearts for this lovely speech that he had given. Really thought-provoking and a treasure trove of knowledge. We are really gifted to have listened to his words today. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now we will be starting the first session for the day. I request Dr. Radhakrishnan, former Vice Chancellor of Sri Shankaracharya University, Khaladi, to please come on stage. Mr. Skanda Krishnan, IAS retired, and Dr. Ananta Padmanabhan, Dean Vinayaka Mission Law School. So now I request Mr. C.L. Ramakrishnan to take the place of Mr. Padmanabhan Nair, who is unable to come today. Mr. Ramakrishnan. A quick introduction of the four eminent persons today. I'll start with C.L. Ramakrishnan. Many of you who know him very well. A retired IPS, Dr. C.L. Ramakrishnan, retired IPS, former Director of Vigilance and Anti-Corruption, Director General of Police, Tamil Nadu, and formerly Director of Vigilance and Anti-Corruption Department, Tamil Nadu. Such a scholarly person and eminent person. He has given me his biodata to be read out. I'm just going to read out the highlights from here. He did his PhD in Advaita Vedanta from Pondicherry University. His thesis is highly commended. After passing through the UPSC exam, he started his career in the police department in 1959. During his tenure of service in the police, held various positions ranging from Assistant Superintendent of Police, DIG, IG, and retired as the Police Commissioner. His service includes Director General, he retired as the Director General of Police, Government of Tamil Nadu. After a distinguished service of over 33 years, he has also, to his merit, a special service in the CBI as the Superintendent of Police for over 13 years. And he has also served in the CISF and as a CEO for airports. He was awarded the Police Medal for Meritorious Service by the President of India in 1977. He was also awarded the President's Medal for Distinguished Service in 1985. And he was recognized by the Rotary Club in Chennai and honored with the For the Sake of Honor award a decade back. So that's Dr. C.L. Ramakrishnan for you. Then we have Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan. Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan is the former chairman of Kerala Public Service Commission, prior to which he was the Vice Chancellor of Sri Shankara University of Sanskrit in Kaladi. He has more than 20 years of teaching experience at postgraduate level. His specialization is in Advaita system, Gandhian studies, and philosophy of science. He has published 12 books and over 100 articles in various journals and periodicals. His main work was Advaita versus Marxism. Dr. Radhakrishnan has great insights into Hindu philosophy and is able to understand, even apparently, the smaller nuances. As an independent scholar and thinker, he is aware of, but not influenced by, different schools of philosophy. We look forward to hearing him in this session. Dr. Radhakrishnan. Next would be Mr. Skandakrishnan. Mr. Skandakrishnan is a retired Indian Administrative Service Officer from Tamil Nadu, Kada. He holds a bachelor's degree in public administration and history and a master's degree in political science, developmental studies, and rural development planning. He is also a bachelor of law. He has served in the central and state governments at senior levels and involved in the promotion of industrial development and had been the nominee director in major joint sector and public sector companies, that is Titan, NLC, CPCL, etc. He has also served as the chairman and managing director of TNPL and as chairman of TNEB. He is the nominee director of Security Printing and Minting Corporation of India Limited during the period 2007 to 2014 in the central government. As advisor to the governor of Jammu and Kashmir State 2019, he was responsible for the formulation and implementation of industrial policy and chaired all its major corporations. Presently, he is a corporate consultant, member of Tamil Nadu Bar Association, and in the panel of arbitrators in the Nani Political Arbitration Center, and has qualified as an international arbitrator from the Chartered Institute of Arbitration, London. That's Mr. Skandakrishnan for you. Ananta Padmanabhan. Dr. Ananta Padmanabhan is the Dean of Vinayaka Missions Law School. After graduating from the National Law School in Bangalore in 2007, he practiced law in Chennai for 6 years. After his first book on intellectual property rights, which came out in 2012, he decided to transition to a career in academia. He has completed his law master's and doctorate from the University of Pennsylvania, Penn Carey Law School, and recently completed a master's in management science from Stanford University, Graduate School of Business. Now, we look forward to the session to start with all these four greats giving their thoughts on peace and reconciliation.
Oh my gosh, okay. Setting the tone is always a tough one. I don't know much about philosophy either, but I do think this is a very interesting title. And it's a very interesting subtitle, Peace is Born of Justice. So maybe I'll just quickly share a few introductory thoughts on that theme. So maybe I'll begin with this anecdote. It is a hat tip also to some extent to my last alma mater, Stanford. In 1971, a group of professors in the psychology department decided to carry out a rather interesting experiment. They divided people into two groups, all white male men, white male, middle-aged individual, divide them up into two groups. One would serve as prisoners and the other would serve as prison guards. And they simulated this experiment in a very real manner. They actually got people to arrest individuals, the real police authorities to arrest people in the first group, put them in a 7 feet by 10 feet cell, 3 of them inside a cell, and 1 prison guard assigned to each cell. And then, of course, the professor who was in charge of this experiment. I forget his name. He was the prison supervisor. The whole idea behind this experiment, which is now famously known as the Stanford Prison Experiment, there is a movie also made on this, was to actually kind of depict what happens to individuals when they wield authority. And the very thinking was that we could condition the human brain under a set of social circumstances to behave in particular ways that ordinary people would not do. So quickly summarizing what happened during the 6 days when they were kept in the prison. They were instructed very clearly not to use physical force or to deny these inmates of food, but they could use all other means to discipline them. So progressively over a 6-day period, what we saw during that experiment is how individuals started role playing and taking these roles rather seriously. So the first day, there was some degree of forced compliance with jail discipline. But as we progress through the days 2, 3, and so on, till day 6, what we see is a more heightened sense of surveillance and intrusion into their rights. This experiment followed exactly 10 years after another very interesting experiment that was done at Yale University by this Professor Stanley Milgram, the Milgram experiment, where something similar but in slightly different format happened. Again, individuals broken into 2 groups, and the teachers were instructed, the teacher group were instructed that we can give electric shocks to learners and make them remember information better. And of course, there was no real electricity passing, but there was a range of 15 to 250 volt or so. And of course, that is beyond the limits of human endurance. But what is interesting is that when nudged in certain directions with certain words and phrases thrown in, the teacher group was willing to extend to even beyond 250 volts. I mean, they thought they were administering 400 volts in some cases, but they were willing to do that. They were willing to do that because they were conditioned to think that this is for the good of the learner. Now, I thought that this might be an interesting way to set a conversation on justice and peace rolling, because we often think that law is in society to advance the cause of justice, and through that advancement, we achieve a state of peace. But as these experiments tend to show, any set of rules can also create a lot of tyranny in society. And therefore, one should always be cautious when thinking about law as a tool to achieve peace. Law can, in certain cases, and I'm happy to speak more to that as well, and a reformative project may be required. But I think when, because today morning Swamiji referenced Mahatma Gandhi extensively, I would like to mention excerpts from the Hind Swaraj, where Gandhi was most skeptical of his own profession, religion profession, and said that lawyers often were meant to create harmony, create peace, and advance the cause of justice, end up doing greater injustice than many other professions, simply because by the very fact that they're placed in that situation where they can advance justice, and by that also, or through that also. So this is a very interesting phenomenon about the law, that it's a concept respond to the, so when we speak the language of right, the language of justice, we are really not advancing these terms and terminologies as much as we do, and therefore I think the when it comes to the discipline of law, or in any setting, people in positions of authority where we place individuals as rule setters or rule compliance, individuals. Very careful that great injustice, and therefore one needs to think much more carefully about using law to achieve them. And I think it is a reflection for many of us today. Then see how from international law, custodial torture to child rights and child abuse, we are seeing many cases where the language of the law, the letter of the law is actually used to perpetrate these injustices in society and to actually further disharmony and violence even than achieve the other objective, the more desirable objective. So these are my introductory remarks, and I'd be happy to address ways in which we need to maybe reflect on our discipline and on the project that we as lawyers or legal academics, many of us are involved in, and what that could then mean for societal reform and reform of legal education in particular. So with that, maybe I'll just hand over to whoever is willing to go next. Standing out on that. Oh, yes, standing out. Thank you. Vignesham Vigneshanti Vani Vasha Pravartaye Gurun Gudhat Tabharaya Pandatoshmi Nirantaram. Sri Guru Bhyo Namaha. My reverential salutations to Sadguru, Swamiji, and those who are all present here. This is an opportunity which I didn't expect that I will be called. I was a university cricket player and a football player in 1954, representing Madras University. Then, in cricket, there is somebody called a 12th man. If the 11 players, somebody is not able to play, they call him. So I think today I am in the 12th man's position. But generally, 12th men are good. Otherwise, they don't. So my thanks are due to Sri Pidam. I came here long time back with Corona and all. Otherwise, earlier I have been a very regular visitor and lot of, with Swami's grace, I have been delivering lectures. What little I can understand as Sadguru's Upadesha. 2 volumes are there, of which Swamiji ordered that I should write the whole thing, whatever I talked, so that it can be published. It is over. It is under print now. So I don't know to what extent they have understood the Upadesham of the Guru, but as they say, for clarification of my own understanding, I have written something and hope to be released shortly. In this case, devotees and readers may point out mistakes, which I am sure will be there. That will educate me also in this process. So again, thanks, and come back to the topic. Oh yeah, Buddhism generally shout. Am I not audible, ladies and gentlemen? Generally, policemen are used to shouting. That's why. Yeah. Okay. Now they are not able to. Now, 2 words here are significant: peace and reconciliation. Actually, they are complementary and supplementary. If there is no reconciliation, there cannot be peace. That's why Tyagaraja Swami in his song, Shantamu lega, Saukyamu lega. So both are intertwined actually. You can't say that there will be reconciliation and at the end of the matter, no. The end point or result of that is actually peace. And peace cannot be reached unless there is a reconciliation. What is this thing called reconciliation? If you think about that, you will know that not always a person is correct. That is generally the feeling because of ego. The ego itself is expanded as edge God out. That is ego. So it is because of that, ahambhava and also the mamakara, ahankara, that people think they are right. Maybe partially right, somebody sometimes stupid also. But we don't have that large-heartedness to accommodate other people's view. So we stand to what we say. Then the whole thing collapses. Reconciliation is actually a way out of this situation. At least once in a way, we should think that others can be correct. This does not happen because ego. There are 6 enemies for any person, but none of them outside. There's a beauty. All enemies are within us. We don't have any enemy outside. Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, Matsarya. Kama is not merely desire, but illegitimate desire. Desire is necessary. We come here for what? Desire for knowledge, spiritual knowledge, moksha. That is the be end or be all and end all of life. Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. That's what everybody, we should never get into mother's womb in future. That is the aim of spirituality. So Kama is necessary. But what type of Kama? Dharma, Aviruddha Kama. That's why you got Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. Dharma is right attitude, do's and don'ts. And through that, Artha, that is possession. And using the possession in the righteous way, satisfying the Kama. So Dharma, Artha, Kama, that results in release. Moksha is not a place. If moksha is a place, influential people will go there. I can't go there. Moksha is only getting out of the travels of transmigration. That's all. Never enter any embodied area. That is moksha. You can be having it here. That's what they say as Jivan Mukti. It's a detached attachment to situation. That's called moksha. So what is the scheme that our great people, sages and seers have laid down? I will quote 2 lines, one from Bhagavad Gita and another from Tirukkural. To my little understanding, Tirukkural is Tamil version of Bhagavad Gita. Or you can say Bhagavad Gita is Sanskrit version of Tirukkural. One sloka I will quote from Dhyana Yoga, chapter 6. Atma aupamyena sarvatra samam pasyatiyo arjuna sukham va yadiva dukkham sayogi paramo mataha. Lord tells Arjuna, Atma aupamyena sarvatra samam. Swamiji quoted that earlier. I am only trying to expand on that. Atma aupamyena sarvatra samam pasyati yo yaha yo Arjuna sukham va yadiva dukkham sayogi. A very interesting word, yogi. If you ask somebody what is yoga, they will say exercise. Exercise, you should go to gym, not for a yoga. Yoga is not exercise. Yoga is actually what Patanjali says in the second sutra. First is Atha Yoga Anusasanam. Second, Yogaha Chitta Vritti Nirodhaha. That is what's called yoga. Chittasya Manasaha Vritti Parinama Nirodha, stop it. So simple translation will be stopping the modification of mind is called yoga. Stopping the modification of mind. What is the meaning of modification of mind? The 5 jnanendriyas are there. When they are employed towards the object to which it is related, then mind becomes that and gets reflected in the consciousness. Then the man realizes that as what it is. This is called Chitta Parinam. So yogi is supposed to stop that modification. Or in normal English language, they say concentration or concentrating. Concentration is in a larger area. Concentrating is on a specified area. You find an example in Mahabharata. Drona was the teacher for both Pandavas and Kauravas in archery. One day he wanted to test what is the progress they have made. Let the progress report in the schools and colleges. So he lined up the Pandavas and showed them a parrot on a branch of a tree and told them, now I will tap the shoulder of whoever. You should shoot the arrow, which should land on the neck of the parrot. Neck. Are you ready? Yes, Gurudeva, we are ready. Dharmaputra, what are you seeing? I am seeing the tree, I am seeing you, I am this man, that man. Good for nothing. All right. Bhima, what are you seeing? I am seeing the tree, the leaves, and the parrot. No good. Sagula, what are you seeing? I am seeing the tree. Sahadeva, I am seeing the leaves. Or Arjuna, what are you seeing? I am seeing only the neck of the parrot, not even the parrot. That is what is yoga. So, chitta vritti or dissipation or diversion of the mental attitude is controlled. And it is riveted on a particular. This is what is called bhakti also. If you want the very Bhagavad Pada, 63 sloka. Arga vartida paduva pritipadehi angasya kuchayate. There he says, Chedo vritti rupeti tishtati sada sa bhakti vidyusyate. That is concentration followed by concentrating. So that is what will give you reconciliation. And the result is peace. If there is no reconciliation, there is no peace. Earlier scholars have spoken about that, what is happening in the world today around us. All that is because of the 6 enemies within. Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, Matsarya. Kama is illegitimate desire without having contentment. Illegitimate desire. Krodha, not anger. Uncontrolled anger. In English, we have got a word, I-R-E, ire. Anger is necessary. Otherwise, Bharavi says in Kirata Arjuniya, if a person does not have anger, nobody will respect him. Somebody சொல்லுவான் மண்ணும் இல்லை சாணியும் இல்லைம்மா அது மாதிரி ஆயிடும். So righteous indignation is necessary. But what is not necessary is uncontrolled anger. So that is krodha, not kopa. Kopa is necessary. Krodha, kama, krodha. Lobha, miserliness. Miserliness means not that you should not take care of your property, but needlessly being not charitable. Very small word, but it's got atomic meaning by commentators. I know nothing. I have read here and there something and trying to share it with you. You may know more than me, but for my satisfaction, I am saying it. That's all. Kama, krodha, lobha. Moha. Moha is invalid cognition, not understanding things in its reality. That is called moha. That is used normally. And the path to realize later on that is wrong. Moha is an initial non-cognition of the reality. And later on analysis, we find, no, that is not correct. This is what we call moha. That's why 2 defects are there in the Bhagavad Gita starting itself. What are the 2 things? One is moha, another is dukkha, Arjuna. Both are actually meaningless. That's why Lord says these 2 are wrong. And at the end, 18th chapter, he says, Nashto mohaha smutirlabdha satprasada janarthana. Actually, Bhagavad Gita is a guide for any person. Because the 2 defects that normally a person suffers is moha and also show. There's no point in having yoga. Of course, I am saying that very difficult. So, kama, krodha, lobha, moha, mada. Mada is ego. Matsarya, quarrelsome nature. Where are these six? Not outside. Nobody gives it to us. We have this. So the theme of this seminar is that how to control all these things within ourselves, so that there will be peace. Huh? Notice for me? No, it's okay. I don't also want to impose too much on them. I forgot to ask one thing. How long will tolerate? I think it's only about 5-10 minutes. That's enough. Okay, I will try to close. The lawyer who was talking about law, and I also know a little bit of law, having been in the police for 35 years. They framed the law and we enforce the law. So there's a difference. Injury is necessary. Section 44 Indian Penal Code says what is injury. The word injury denotes any harm whatever illegally caused to any person in body, mind, reputation, or property. So illegally caused. So legally you can cause it. What is that? Doctor conducts a surgery. You know injury. Or go to again Indian Penal Code, section 76 to 106, called right of private defense. There's an illegal aggression on you, you need not run away like a coward. You can stand your ground, fight, and repel the aggression, and at time kill the aggressor also. Law. And for doing that, government gives you a medal, gallantry, and allowance, which is not taxable in income tax. All this for killing a person. But if it's not so, then you say he's charged under 302 IPC and may even get hanged. So what is injury? Injury is not the English word. Injury means needlessly. There's a lawyer sitting there. I hope I am right. I am afraid of 3 lawyers. The Murtis are there. So the point, what I want to drive is it possible to live without injury? No. I may be a pure vegetarian, but still there is injury. Vegetable food is also life. That is why upavasas are there, and gluttony is an offense. Even in Christianity, they say that. That's why you got the upavasas and all. Upavasa does not mean not eating. Suppose a person does not eat anything and roam about the whole place, it is not upavasa. It's not upavasa. Upasamibe vasaha upavasaha. Kasya samibe ishwarasya samibe. Katham budam vasaha manasa vasaha. So you get absorbed in exercise, and that is called upavasa. Not merely not eating anything and going all over the place. So that is what is the point here. So one sloga from Gita, one from Tirukkural. Atma upamyena sarvatra samam pasyati Arjuna sukham va idiva dukkam sayogi paramo mata. That's why I departed and defined what is yoga. Then in Tamil also we have this. Whatever is good for you, you should accept as good for others. It's actually a translation. If you cause injury to somebody else, in fact, you are causing injury to yourself because your conscience will not allow you to sleep comfortably. Immediately, temporary happiness, temporary gain will be there. But that's why in Kannada also there is a saying like that, which burns a living body, which burns a dead body. Fire burns a dead body, but conscience burns a living body. Everybody has got a conscience. They may not accept, they may not have it, but we know. That's why Tirukkural also speaks about this. Exactly, it is something like a translation or the other way. I'm not entering into any controversy whether Tamil is earlier or Sanskrit is this, left to the politicians. I will not. Knowledge is welcome. Mano badraha kardavo bandhu vishwataha. Wherever somebody says something good, beneficial, take it. We don't want to go into research which is earlier, which is not earlier. Who said that? Who is a person who did plagiarism? That is not our idea at all.
So there also he says, அறிவினான் ஆகுவதுண்டோ பிறிது நோய் தன்னோய் போல் போற்றா கடை. What is அறிவு? அறிவு is not getting degree or getting educated. அறிவு is wisdom. Philosophy itself is that. Philo, love. Wisdom is wisdom. So love of wisdom, that is philosophy. Philosophy is not simple tattvam. In translation in Tamil, they say philosophy is tattvam. Of course, you go to Mahavakya, you may say Tattvamasi, but that is not the thing here. Philo means love, and Sophie means wisdom. And what is wisdom? What is right and what is not right, to know the dichotomy and do what is right and leave out what is wrong. That is wisdom. If you do this, you are wise. If you don't do it, you are otherwise. That's all. So the conference is based on that. Violence. Violence means needlessly hurting. It is necessary. In Tamil they say, Kutta vanda maada kuda adikalam solluvan. Cow is supposed to be symbol of God, goddess. But adu kuda neenga adikalam. Eppo kutta vanda. In self defense pannalam. Not otherwise. So these are all the things, and if there is, at the end of any function, even domestic function, they repeat the word Shanti thrice. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. It is all redundance, it is not repetition. One Shanti is for me inside, one Shanti for my surrounding, and another Shanti for the entire universe. Universe, not world. This follows in physics something called Pascal's law of transmissibility of pressure. You know, philosophy and physics are very close. The reason, both investigate only matter and energy. What that law says is, if you apply pressure on one point on a membrane, that pressure is available at any point of the membrane. Pascal's law of transmissibility of pressure. Exactly what is Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. It is not redundant. Carefully, sir. I'm listening carefully. I'm learning. அமைதி போல பிரிச்சியாலே பேசிருக்கேன், எனக்கு ஒன்றும் தெரியாது. And also the end of is saying, Loga Samastas Guno Bhavantu. We have no distinction at all. All beings. Now here, Loga does not mean human beings alone. All beings, even inanimate, there should be no problem from them. That is the highest of philosophy. And that we realize, then there's no question of any reconciliation or any resolution at all. But the problem is ego. And the 6 enemies that are within us, that prod us to do selfish things, and we create problems like that. And finally blame it on the circle. I don't know, impromptu, I have said something. If there is something useful, you take it. Otherwise, pardon me and pray for wisdom for me. Thank you very much.
I think it is my turn. We have been listening to the aphorisms having spiritual dimensions. I am a person who lives a mundane life. So I would like to define justice not as a spiritual entity or an abstract concept. In my view, justice should be treated as a concrete contextual entity to be experienced at 3 levels minimum: at the personal level, at the societal level and at the universal level. Fortunately, the Constitution of India, in its preamble to the Constitution, has made it clear that we, the people of India, have written and submitted the Constitution to achieve or to ensure equality, liberty, and fraternity. When we are able to attain the harmony of equality, liberty, and fraternity, then definitely we can achieve justice. So I would like to define justice as a state of affair or state of experience that's being generated when we are able to achieve the harmony of equality, liberty, and fraternity. Harmony should be attained at every level. At the individual level, there should be psychosomatic harmony or psychosomatic equilibrium. If that equilibrium is threatened, even by a small headache, you cannot enjoy peace. One cannot enjoy peace if there is a small ache related to any part of your body. If it is toothache, you will never be able to enjoy peace, happiness, and justice throughout your life. If you want to enjoy it, you have to eradicate that aspect. So what I am telling is that equilibrium, psychosomatic equilibrium is the basic precondition for the enjoyment of peace and justice at individual level. And at the societal level, there should be equilibrium of diversities. It has been brilliantly explained by the aphorism, a Rigvedic aphorism, Egam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti. It has often been translated as Egam as one. But I would like to disagree with that translation because one of the nuances of the term Egam is the numerical, in the numerical sense, one, but there are other meanings. And the other nuances of Egam is absolute, Kevalam, absolute. Since truth is absolute, it can be experienced and expressed in many ways by those who are able to experience and express it. That's why the Indian culture is able to accommodate the uncompromising bare materialism Charvaka philosophy and the absolute spiritual experience of Advaita system. It is possible. We should never say that this is the only one way by which one is able to attain knowledge, wisdom, and whatnot. So there are many ways. You cannot deny the experience of a Charvakin when he says that this is my experience, and I am so happy with whatever I have through the experience of my sense organs and mind, and I don't mind even what mind is, but I am concerned of the pleasure of my sense organs. That's one position. We, the Indians, have never denied it. And the multilateral pluralism practiced by Jaina philosophy has been well accepted by the Indian tradition. And when Buddha said about the Sarvam Shunya, Sarvam Kshenika, Sarvam Pratiti, and Sarvam Niratma, that also was accepted. And he kept silence on the ultimate state of experience, nirvana, that is accepted. But contrary to that philosophy, Advaita of the blissful experience, That is accepted when we are able to assimilate all these things together, then arises the harmony of level. So diversity should be treated as deficiencies. They are the part and parcel of our experience. And everything that is prevailed on nature should be kept as it is. Hence, we are thinking too much of the ecological equilibrium. Even a small piece of grass has got its own existence and its own role to play in maintaining the universe. If that grass is not there, it will be imperfect. So the diversities have been treated as the part of the perfections to be experienced, to be appreciated. Hence, Indian systems never propagate monism, monotheism, and the like. So there is sufficient space for pluralistic life. When the pluralism is being organized, then we will get a society of peace and harmony. Such a society must be able to provide justice to all, not justice to one. If that justice is being threatened by anything, then you cannot enjoy it, and coexistence will remain as a dream. So even the microscopic minority entity must be experienced and appreciated as an essential element of our nature. That's why the Indian systems are ready to worship everything from a piece of dust to the stardom. A piece of dust is not a simple entity. You know, a piece of dust is the reminiscence of the age-old emperors and great saints and poets, writers, orators, soldiers, and administrators, academicians. They remain as a piece of dust. A piece of dust is not a small entity. And tomorrow, we will also remain on this earth as a piece of dust. Piece of dust, that's why Shakespeare said that, show you fear in a handful of dust. But we are not seeing fear in a handful of dust because we know that it is the reminiscence of our own forefathers. It is the reminiscence of the entire universe. So years back, millions and millions of years back, the organisms who tried to overpower on earth and the universe as a whole now remains as a piece of dust. That piece of dust also must be there to provide food for us. If there is no piece of dust, we will have to start to die. So piece of dust is as good as anything. And we must provide that piece of space for that piece of dust. So it is our duty to keep the earth free from pollution, water free from pollution, and air free from pollution, and the entire universe free from pollution, but not invading the universe, but try to learn to cooperate with the universe. That's not the case of the Western philosophy. I'm not speaking against the Western philosophy because I have been teaching Western philosophy for a long time, and I would be like to know, not as a writer, not as an orator, not as an academician, not as the Vice Chancellor, not as the Chairman of Kerala Public Service Commission, but as a teacher, because there is no retirement for a teacher. I would like to remain as a teacher. And I wrote more than 21 books, and the last book I think that I have given him. But even today, I am known for the first work, that is, I wrote it at the age of 27. When I was first joined as a lecturer in Government Brennan College. Then I published that book, and that is Marxism and Advaita, and that not in English, but in my mother tongue. But he knows it, and that's why he said about that work. But I would not like to be known as a writer, but I would like to be known as a teacher. There is no retirement for a teacher. You cannot say that a former teacher, but former chairman, former vice chancellor, former bureaucrat, former police officer, and former. But there is no former teacher. A teacher is a teacher, and he is a teacher forever. So I would like to be known as a teacher. So what I'm telling is that our tradition is different. What Newton said specifically, the aim of science to conquer and control nature. Am I correct? Yes. But Bacon, first it was expressed by Newton, then Bacon, then it was retained by Newton. Yes, I'm correct. Srigala corrected me. Thank you. Then, who is to be conquered? Your friend or your enemy? Who is to be conquered? An enemy is to be conquered. We, the Indian tradition, never consider nature as an enemy to man. But they think that it is an enemy to be conquered and controlled. Who are you to control it? Who are you to control it? Have you ever heard of a simple statement that an animal has done some sort of injustice? No. Injustice can be done only by human beings. No plant has ever done an injustice. No. They are not doing any injustice. But it is the habit of human beings to do injustice. It is because of that habit that they thought that it is our duty to conquer and control nature. Who can conquer and control nature? Maximum you can conquer and control yourself. This is Atma Niyantrana. That is the maximum. You cannot control anyone. I thought that I would be able to control my kids. Absolutely nonsensical. They will obey my advice if they are ready to agree with it. If it is acceptable to them, they will obey. Otherwise, they won't. It is my experience. I think that that must be the experience of all parents. They won't. They will agree with you only if it is agreeable to you. So you cannot control anyone. The maximum you can control, that is you yourself have to control it. That is Atma Niyantrana. And Atma Niyantrana is the right path by which one must be able to establish justice in concrete contextual terms. Otherwise, what should be the result? Fortunately, Jesus taught the entire Europe about this aspect. Jesus taught them the role of forgiveness. The role of forgiveness. But Europe was not able to understand it. Greece was not able to understand it. And here we have got the habit of praising the Greek tradition of democracy. Srigala, you know that how many people enjoyed democracy in Greece? Only very handful of people, because 99% of the people were slaves. By accepting slavery, nobody can say anything about democracy in the present form. So, we have lost it due to the human interference. Then how it happens? It has been brilliantly explained by my favorite poet in English literature, that is T.S. Eliot. He asked the question, where is the life that is lost in living? It was a very, very pertinent question. It was quite unexpected. unexpected by the European tradition. Where is the life that is lost in living? Where is the wisdom that is lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge that is lost in information? The cycles of 20th century civilization brings us farther from heaven and farther to dust. The dust which I have told you. Farther from heaven and farther to dust. This is the where the world ends. This is the where the world ends. This is the where the world ends. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. Now we are celebrating the festivals of information. The disintegration has come to that point. Total disintegration. That disintegration is dangerous. So, the World War I and II has shattered the European life and they have lost the resurrection. Jesus was resurrected to establish peace, love, hope, and heaven. But all these have been crucified again. That's why he said that April is the cruelest month. April is the month of crucifixion. So what I'm telling is that it is the harmony to be maintained at concrete level, providing space to the piece of dust in our life. So whatever is done for the destitute is done for me, as Jesus said, and the last in the row should be given his due. If we are able to provide his due to the last in the row, then we must be able to maintain justice. That's why Mahatma Gandhi has said that, well, when development occurs only when we are able to provide the law, everything that is necessary to the last in the row. That last in the row should be our concern. And I am concluding it with an aphorism from the Gita. The question has been raised, why should we establish Dharma? Why should? The answer is the Paritranaya Sadhunam. It is for the preservation and protection of the sadhus that we have to practice dharma, and that dharma, practice of dharma, is justice. Thank you very much for giving me a very peaceful and peaceful hearing, even though very delicious food is waiting for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Pujya Shri Swami Sri Haripat. Thank you very much for inviting me for this conference of peace and reconciliation. Now we come from the sublime to the ridiculous, because I am going to be the antithesis of what Radhakrishnan has said. He is forever a teacher and forever retired. So I have very little to say after listening to the wisdom of my previous speakers, and also in the inaugural session, as spoken so wholesomely. And my respects to Mr. Ramakrishnan. I think the day I joined service, he was my teacher. And my several interactions with him has only raised a bit of knowledge in me. I'm not sure if I have attained any wisdom, but definitely I pay my humble respects to him. Sir, the quest for peace, as I understand it, is running parallel to the persecution of war. It seems to be, to me, a never-ending story, because from the dim dawn of antiquity, mankind has strived for peace, tried to build institutions around him to preserve that peace. And we see that on multiple occasions in the evolution of civilization, that institution has not been able to contain the surge of war and conflict. What we saw, or probably the earliest Neolithic findings by archaeologists of war in the Stone Age, which is in Cotswold 4,500 years ago, where there were embanked, earthen embanked defensive structures and fanned arrowheads discovered, showing the nature of that place, which is still probably the only available relic that shows war as long ago as 4,500 years. If we look at even the evolution of the concept of the family, the tribe, the society, the region, the nation as we grow, we find that these are all institutions of security. And none of them, to my mind, has been able to kind of resolve conflicts to the extent necessary. I say this because I feel that conflict is endemic in human nature. It is there when you have a group of people living in a particular family or a society or a region or nation. You are bound to have differences of opinion. Differences of opinion arise out of several inequalities, several reasons why they are there. And these differences, unless they are resolved to some extent, can become dangerous elements leading to conflict and war. As somebody said, the happening of war actually is an eruption of a volcano or a lava of discontent or something that has not been resolved and built up over a period of time. What is most dangerous today, as I see it, is that conflicts, when it reaches a certain transcendence, used to be fought with sickles and sticks. But with the advent of technology, with the advent of the industrial revolution, the space age, the atomic age as we are in today, the danger of spillover can completely erase the entire human race. And that is what is disturbing, because according to the person who's written upon the history of conflict, 50% of the war is caused by the madness of the ruler and not necessarily the force of circumstance. Alexander the Great, the Napoleonic Wars, etc. If you look at the history of wars, I'm told there are 175 stories of war till about 2005, which had an impact on the world in some form or the other, which changed the course of the world. So we have a situation today that the institutions of conflict resolution, which has also grown bigger and bigger, from small shop like panchayats to today the United Nations, they're all feeling unable to contain the conflict or the disagreements that are surfaced in this world. And so my humble respects to Pujya Sri is that this is an apt topic of the day. We need to ensure that the institutions of peace are strengthened, evolved to greater and greater ability to control the discourse that is happening in the world. It is the discourse that is happening in the world which is fanned by the social media, and today the power of the media is all enveloping. That is causing the problem. There is, and today we have reached a stage where you're not able to sift right and wrong. what has happened is all ethics, according to me, and all religion, the fundamentals are right and wrong. Many years ago, when I was a small boy, we used to visit the Divine Life Society in Rishikesh. And Dr. Shivananda used to give us an yellow pencil, which had only 2 words written in it: be good, do good. It remains a Bible to me. But the fact is that the right and wrong today has been distorted, confused, confounded to such an extent, as somebody said, that everything, any violent action is justified, either in the name of religion, region, nation, whatever, or political philosophy, as rightly stated. So how do you address this? According to me, we need a big voluntary force of peace. Why we need this voluntary force of peace? Because, as I said earlier, it's a little conflicts that emerge and become a lava. We need to resolve issues when it is manageable. And that is where justice comes. And I feel, having been in the bureaucracy, I can say that with some authority, the function of the executive is to ensure that everything doesn't go to a court of law, or that the laws are suitably framed in the legal system, that justice is ensured for, as rightly stated by Dr. Radhakrishnan, to the last man. It is the last man, the man at the back, the poorest man, who actually bears the brunt of injustice. And all the enjoyment of peaceful people living today is at the sweat and blood of that man. We need to ensure that we live in an equitable society where there is equity. Ultimately, what is the purpose of peace? The ultimate purpose of peace is the self-realization. You need to realize your potential to live in this world as a good human being, to contribute something to the welfare of the other person. And if we can go back to the fundamental principles of being good and doing good in society, I think all religions will merge to ensure that we live in a better and more peaceful world. But we also need to ensure that the regulatory authority, the enforcers of justice, are empowered to do their work. As long as they remain weak, as long as they remain unable to even discuss the matter, forget resolve as it is today, we are not going to find lasting peace, and the danger of war will always loom large to decimate large sections of the population, if not the civilization itself. The other point is fundamentally equally important, as stated by Pujya Shri in the morning. It is the individual ultimately. Even one individual can make a change. And it is the individual, and what is an individual? Not just flesh and blood. It is his thoughts. So I am still wedded to the philosophy of thought, word, and deed, right? So if you think right, you will do right. If you do right, there will be peace. So the philosophy of the individual, whether it is in Indriyas or whether it is consciousness, I think the concept paper written by you has been one of the finest I have read. It's written excellent. It's an absolutely lovely piece. I took some time to understand it, but when I understood it, I found it very rewarding. So the important point is, how do you change the individual behavior to ensure that violence in thought, word, and deed does not recur in his mind at any point in time. And if that can be achieved in the individual, I'm sure it can spur up to a larger audience to become a voluntary force for peace. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Aruna, 2 minutes. Yeah. Well, the lunch is going to be served between 1:30 and 2:30. So we have 5 minutes for question sessions. So let's make it a quick one because even the panel people will have to have their lunch too. Okay?
If the courts were less flooded and we could have restituted, I can't repeat your words, but I got your idea when you said it. If the authorities took responsibility, you know, of resolving the conflict before it reached the court. But I find that in the bureaucracy, they don't want to take that responsibility. And that is why there is a backlog, the restrictions and, I think Mighty will also vouch for it. But there is a lot where they say, pass of the buck, let the judiciary decide, and therefore the resolution is postponed. Perhaps what could have been done in a few weeks is postponed to a number of years. Would you not agree? And this I find is a reluctance.
Responsibility. I don't know what to say because you are not disputing me. I said that if the bureaucracy or the executive does its job, there will be very little chance for it to go up to the judiciary. I didn't say that they're doing their job.
Far away from the last in the road. Also, can I take a quick? You know, all the speakers, I respectfully agree that we need to learn, but we also must continue to evolve. You know, the ideas that you have all spoken have been overtaken. I will say it in my valedictory later, how they are overtaken. Science is overtaking them. What is preventing us is that we are seeing what we want to believe when it is given to us, even today. And where do we get the right instruction? And I suppose gurus like you and an interaction with them is probably the source of it. So more power to such conferences, and thank you for your beautiful, brilliant presentations. Thank you.
And one more to Dr. Anantha-Padmanabhan. Anantha-Padmanabhan, sir, you spoke about lawyers as a kind of clause in the system. I don't know, I'm not saying it in a thing, but I walked in when your talk was on. But don't you think we are also victims of a procedure, the SOPs? Don't you think we are also, because we have an adversarial system to enforce. We have an adversarial system of law which we have to enforce, and we are also officers in that system. So don't you think we are also victims where we are trying to break the systems come across? And I don't see AI also helping at this moment, but this is where we are caught.
No, I don't want to get into AI, but I think it merits some clarification because the first time I saw Be Good, Do Good was in the desk of my senior, Arvind Datar, a senior I deeply respect. I wish many more lawyers were like him. I think there lies the answer to the puzzle to some extent. That I've seen somebody in action who has really taken on that role or responsibility of a philosopher in action, you know, and that's the way he's conducted his office. But 90% of the profession is not that. I mean, let's be honest, right? I mean, we see today lawyers vying for attention, lawyers vying for media bites, very different kind of lawyering, very different kind of profile building, which is all great. I mean, I agree that, you know, you need to build your brand, you need to be out there, be successful. But I think there is a larger mission, which is the cause of justice. Yes, indeed, we are all part of a system and there is a constructed reality. It is constructed for us, but let's also not forget that we too are constructing it to some extent. Like a victim and a participant, that line is often very blurred, and to complete that point, I think as a legal educator, where I see that responsibility is passing on aspects like empathy to our legal education curriculum. The Bar Council of India doesn't say you teach kids empathy, but we need to. We absolutely need to, because there is a heavy degree of focus on analytical skills, communication, all the amazing things out there, presentation, which is all well and good. But let's not forget that there is a person at the last mile who really needs our help, our service. But we are actually not, as a profession, being able to do justice, because at a fundamental level, empathy is lacking. I mean, that's just the way we are trained. I was trained like that at the National Law School. I think many of us are trained in that very clinical way by which we address problems. But we need to add a little or a lot more empathy to it for things to transcend from, the written law, the black letter law, to actual justice being passed on to the person at the last mile.
But I don't think we are so lost.
No, we are not.
No,
we are not.
actually.
But we need a reformative project.
No.
I think that's
Absolutely.
So we need a reformative project. It's not.
The point that you made about do good, be good, and this is not a trivial point. Google's mission is this.
Right.
But
Take it seriously. Above all, do no evil.
Do no evil.
I mean, this is, and also, if the law people are not teaching you empathy, it is expected unconsciously that it is taught to you with your mother's milk, actually.
Well,
This is not a trivial point. It is
not.
the glue that keeps the family together. And what has kept India together is not just economic or technology, it's social cohesion. And behavioral economists are also telling you this. So these conferences and these traditions are very important. That's the point I would like to see. Thank you.
I mean, just to take it forward, talking about empathy, empathy is very important everywhere. The legal profession is not one involved in, you need to do justice absolutely everywhere. With the teacher, with the administrator, with the police, with the doctor, with every single person needs to do justice to what they're doing, which means being good, being conscious, being aware how every step is in the right direction. So I don't know whether we can take the entire, as Aruna was saying, if you practice, professions are meant to be practiced, and they're not businesses where you're allowed to be cold-blooded, but even businesses cannot be cold-blooded.
Absolutely.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we close for?
Yes.
Yeah.
We will be closing now for lunch, but just before that, a small, we have Professor John Clammer here amongst us, an eminent anthropologist who is going to be a part of one of the sessions during the progress of the conference. I cordially welcome him and acknowledge his presence here. Thank you very much. So we now break for lunch. Everybody, the next session starts at 2:30. The next session. Everybody, the next session starts at 2:30. Thank you.
Excellent. Right.
I know which fan of that.
Oh my God. Yeah. And we started a thing called NIE,
Okay.
Newspapers in Education.
Okay.
It's a prize-winning initiative.
Okay.
And we produce a newspaper designed for the classroom.
Okay. I mean, do you have all the very like
No, I'm from there. I'm from there. In a sense, I was there. And all kinds of difficulties.
Yeah.
So I come from a family very advanced, of course. There is that side. Assam will not take it. Darbar is the next one. But when you're translocated,
Yeah.
you are in an area utter, there'll be physical bullying and all kinds of things. And then the power of knowledge and power of yukta practice. What do you yoga is not as it is spirituality. It is actually practicality.
So every day.
Yes, here I was telling at the beginning, I think did you know that I got up stuff 1 hour early because I have to do my yogic practice. And this practice is absolutely ethical. It cannot be but ethical. And if you're doing exercise, but even if you do exercise regularly, it will change your physiology. And it will also give you positivity.
It's part of
Wonderful.
it's compulsory.
What is your background? Where do you come from?
Actually, I'm from Madhya, but they're here for a very long time. So this college is in Tamil, and this college is in Madhya. I didn't hear about it at my mother, Mr. Manimali. And Mr. DKK is my grandfather.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, father.
Yes.
So I'm just
And also then that explains everything. Because, my great-grandfather was a pioneer of Kannada education. P. Lakshmanrao and Sons, they had a firm in Udupi. They used to make educational science. In time, Mattheson was a great time. Yeah, with, little Keating's dictionary and with that. So that is one music, art, I also work the corporate side of benefit because I have a background of law and banking, and we launched a thing called science meetings where we exchange equity for advertising.
Good afternoon, everybody. We'll be starting the session in the next 5 minutes. Request all of you to take your seats.
Each person will get 20 minutes to talk, right? Well, last section is on the planning section. Are you going to introduce the line?
Yes. Each of them are going to use this. So this time I will do introduce them and then call them over. So each one is going to have a line.
அப்ப நீங்க பிளான்லயே பண்ணலாம் இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணா முன்னாடி இல்லைன்னா நான் கேட்டேன்
Okay.
Someone will be over here. You can take control and just get a mic over there. Give us instructions. Someone will run and thank you.
Uh, Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody is seated. Now I would request the previous session members to please come onto the dais. Dr. C.L. Ramakrishnan, Mr. Padmanabhan, Ananta Padmanabhan, please, Sir Skanda Krishnan, and Dr. Radhakrishnan. Now I would request Professor Father Vincent Shekhar, Vincent Shekhar and V.K. Bose to kindly come and honor our guests. Father Vincent Shekhar will be honoring C.L. Ramakrishnan. Dr. C.L. Ramakrishnan. V.K. Bose will be honoring Dr. Radhakrishnan. Father Vincent Shekhar has gone back. Father Vincent Shekhar? Okay. Father Vincent Shekhar will honor Mr. Skanda Krishnan. And Mr. Bose will honor Mr. Ananta Padmanabhan. A big thanks to Mr. Bose and Father for honoring our guests. And once again, a thanks to our guests for having taken the time and accepting us. Okay, now it's going to be the start of the second session for the afternoon. And we have a spectrum of guests, ladies especially. So I've got to be extremely careful in pronouncing their names. The session is going to be chaired by Professor Sampath Kumar. A little bit of information about Professor Sampath Kumar, former head of Department of Philosophy, Pachaiyappa's College. He has taught for over 38 years at the graduate and the postgraduate level. He is a former member syndicate of Madras University, former chairman Board of Examinations, former member Board of Management, Ramchandra Medical College, He has organized several seminars at regional and national level. His talks include Saiva Siddhanta in Indian Philosophical Congress. He's a member of Indian Council of Philosophical Research. He has a long association with Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and continues to share his wonderful insights in many seminars and forums. So that's Dr. Sampath Kumar for you. Dr. Rashid Shaz, can we have you on stage, please? Dr. Rashid Shaz. Dr. Rashid is an author, speaker, and a publisher of numerous publications, an author of over 40 books published from India and overseas. He is both an activist and a scholar whose area of activity has been diverse. He maintains good relations with major peace organizations, civil society, forums, and academic institutions, both in the Eastern and Western worlds. He has been in the public arena for more than 3 decades. In 2004, he started Futurism.com, an extremely respected news magazine in 4 major languages: English, Urdu, Arabic, and Indonesian. It is regarded today as one of the most respectable forums of civilizational dialogues. Dr. Rashid Shaz. Dr. Priya Ramchandran. Dr. Priya is a pediatric surgeon and was a senior consultant. She passed out from Madras Medical College. Through her education and professional life, she has won numerous accolades, starting with Best Outgoing Student of her batch, for which she was awarded the Johnston Gold Medal. Subsequently, she completed her general surgery training in the United Kingdom and obtained the Fellowship of Royal College of Surgeons from England and Edinburgh. She underwent training in pediatric surgery at the Institute of Child Health, Chennai, India, and Children's National Medical Center, Washington, D.C., USA. Training in pediatric urology at the Royal Manchester Children's Hospital, UK. She obtained her DNB in pediatric surgery and later obtained her PhD from Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University in 2007. She also has numerous publications to her credit. Miss L. Maithili. A legal practitioner for the last 36 years. Oh. She completed her graduation from Delhi University and completed her LLB degree from Government Law College, Mumbai. After briefly practicing at Mumbai, she has been practicing as an associate partner in a leading law firm, Messrs. R. Sasharan and L. Maithili, ever since. In 2009, Maithili set up her own law firm and has several large corporate houses, MNCs, among her clients, who she represents in India and overseas, before various fora, including arbitral tribunals. Her area of specialization includes GST, central excise and customs, arbitration, environmental law, company matters, intellectual property rights, and other areas of corporate law. She handles litigation before the Supreme Court of India, various high courts in the country, and many other, including arbitration tribunals. She also has drafted a legislation which has been passed by the government, by the Tamil Nadu State Legislature. She has also worked for gender justice and LGBTQ+. She is one of the trustees of the Shakti Public Charitable Trust, dedicated to providing legal, psychological, and financial support to women facing domestic abuse, matrimonial disputes, sexual harassment at workplace,
and other such challenges. She is a member of several committees dealing with complaints and sexual harassment. Currently, she holds positions including Vice President of Madras Tax Bar. Mrs. Madhumati Narayanan. Madhumati is experienced in branding and identity, pricing and e-learning, education, EGMP, Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. Madhumati is a passionate entrepreneur in the education space, wanting to help startups scale up and personally interested in empowering women. She is currently working in an organization which is into the space of reading for kids. She's also building a foundation with an aspiration and commitment to make a positive impact on children and women. She would love to meet founders from educational NGOs and people who support these causes through volunteering. Kalpana Shankar, Dr. Kalpana Shankar. Dr. Kalpana Shankar has earned her PhD not in economics or development studies, but in nuclear physics. Let that go down. She has found her career in development during her husband's tenure as a district collector in Coimbatore, where they were routinely approached for help by local residents. In 2004, while working for specialist UN agency, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, she was approached by Swedish businessman and philanthropist Percy Bernvik to manage a small charity working to eradicate child labor in the southern state of Tamil Nadu. Kalpana accepted and hand in hand was born. Determined to attack child labor at its roots, poverty, Kalpana helped develop the hand in hand job creation model, still the core of our work throughout the network. She has several accolades, including in 2014, Mary Kawala Jadhav Award for Humanitarian Service by the School of Social Work. 2013, Outstanding Service to Society Award by Institute of Directors, Tamil Nadu State Chapter. 2012, winner of UNE World Environment Day Challenge. And last but not the least, we have Soumitra Srinivasan, founder trustee of Shakti Public Charitable Trust, which garners substantial resources, including time and expertise. Women's empowerment by at the point of domestic breach of peace, violence against women and children, and other issues which require legal engagement to ensure a logical and effective solution. Through Shakti Foundation, Soumitra does this in a way that is focused, sustained, and designed to support meaningful change within a given issue or problem. Being an innate philanthropist, she serves opportunities, resources, and network for good and improve the lives of those embroiled in hostilities and conflict by reaching legal solutions to them. In this way, she makes a real change in the world and empowering women to face their detractors in a logical and rational manner. Soumitra uses her strong networks, expertise, and this builds further networks which connect several like-minded individuals as they meet, contact from different organizations, and the rapport is built on shared beliefs rather than simply operating in the same sector. Soumitra is humble about herself and says she's always learning, proves that philanthropy is an excellent tool for learning more about the world and broadening the mind without necessarily intending to do so. It offers the kind of real life experience that is truly invaluable. So here you are, audience. We have she said she's fine. So here we have our panel of speakers, and we have Dr. Sampath Kumar, who's going to be moderating, and Dr. Rashid, who will be there along with the ladies. So let's hope we'll have a wonderful session. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Pranams to Sadhguru, pranams to Guru Bhai. I am really privileged to be among the distinguished and most prominent speakers. And this privilege is bestowed on me by the organizers, Vishnu Mohan Foundation. I hope I can do justice to the speakers by allowing them to speak freely, at least 25 minutes. That was given here. After that, I reserve my comments at the end of the meeting. So first, let me call Dr. Priya, because she wants to go for an urgent surgery, it seems. Then I will go according to the list given to me. Right? Okay, thank you.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Thank you very much to the Vishnu Mohan Foundation and to Swamiji for asking me to come here today to speak. Full disclaimer, I'm not a speaker, I'm not an author, I'm not a literat, I'm not a philosopher or a theologist. I'm a full-time practicing doctor. The only qualification to stand here before you today is the fact that every now and then I inhabit this alternate universe called Kamba Ramayanam. Kamba Ramayanam is not just an epic. It is a whole universe in itself, flowing with lofty philosophical thought, full of the laws of justice, plumbing the depths of human emotion, ever filled with devotion, a treatise to love. The Kamba Ramayanam is a magnum opus of 10,800 verses, 4 lines in each verse, as big as Valmiki's Adikavyam, the Valmiki Ramayanam. What Kamban did was he took this great epic called the Valmiki Ramayanam and he evolved that epic into something sublimely beautiful. He took it up to the heights of perfection from where you could almost reach out and touch the face of God. That is something nobody has. Any of this epic. To this day, one, if Kamban was a, he could not have been. Bharati, the great Subramanya Bharati, had this doubt in his mind. He said, Kamban yendoru manudan vaalnda Tamil. He reiterated himself that Kamban is a man because he could not believe it. He must be a slice of the divine, thought Bharati, to write an epic of this proportion. It is not just words on paper. What Kamban attempts to do is to know the unknown. We are all creatures created by a creator. The creation cannot know the creator. The pot does not know the face of the potter. We do not know the identity of the creator. It is hidden from us. It will always remain hidden from us. But Kamban searched in that world, found the face of the creator. He identified him and even more boldly tried to show us that face. So if you immerse yourself in Kamba Ramayanam, if you enter into that Prabhanjam, that universe that is Kamba, you will come out with the feeling that you have seen the face of God. And that has been my experience. Now, coming to the topic of the day, like I said, I am not qualified to speak about this. There are many other luminaries here who will be able to talk about this. All my experience, all my knowledge comes from this one epic universe. And in this epic, there is a Dharma Yuddham. Dharma Yuddham, you think, is the fight between good and evil. But Dharma Yuddham can also be the fight between two good things. When two good things conflict, there is a Yuddham. And here, the Dharma Yuddham actually happens within Rama's soul. Rama kills two great warriors, Vali and Ravana, in two very different ways. Ravana is the demon Rakshasa who abducted his wife, held her in captivity for 10 months. And to Ravana, Rama sent 3 messengers. 3 messengers carrying the message of peace. 3 messengers asked Ravana to desist and let go of Sita. But Ravana refused all 3 messengers, and so Rama went to war with Ravana. On the very first day of battle, Rama defeated Ravana. Ravana had no weapons in his hand, no crowns in his head. Ravana stood on the battlefield like a Nirayudan. And Rama said to him, Indru poi porukku naalai va. Even in that sentence there is a solution. Go today and come back tomorrow if you want to fight with me. Porukku naalai va. If your intent is not fight, don't come back. I will come. Rama showed such fortitude, such thoughtfulness, such kindness to Ravana. And here we eulogize Rama as the Dharma Devan, Arathin Nayagan. But come to the Vali episode. Vali was no different from Ravana. Vali was a Shiva Bhaktan. Vali had gotten boons and blessings from the same Brahma who blessed Ravana. And Vali committed the same mistake that Ravana did. He abducted his brother's wife, another man's wife. And yet, Rama hunted Vali like an animal. He hid behind a tree and killed Vali with 1 arrow. If you read the Rama Ravana Yuddham in Kamba Ramayanam, it extends into several verses. It describes in detail the weapons that Rama used one after the other to attack Ravana. This evil Ravana, yet for Vali, just 1 arrow. So, the great scholars, exponents of the epic will tell you that Rama was wrong. It was injustice on the part of Rama to kill Vali this way. Rama thought so too. In Kamban's epic, Rama thought so too. But when you read the epic, you understand that there is a third player in this game. You see, the title is Peace is Born of Justice. Justice is an English word. It's a unidimensional word, single dimensional word. It means just what it means. It means justice, needy. But there is another word born in our land, Dharmam. Dharmam or Aram in Tamil is a multidimensional word. It means justice and so much more. It is ever changing, ever evolving, eternal and constant. So how can something be ever changing, ever evolving, eternal and constant? It's very simple. The dharma of a brahmachari is different from the dharma of a grihastha. The dharma of a grihastha is different from the dharma of a sannyasi. For you and me, it is taboo to take another human life. It is considered to be murder. But for a soldier, it is dharma to take another human life. So you see, dharma is not just a rule of law written in a notebook. It has to be interpreted according to time, space, and the stage of evolution of a man's life. Very difficult to understand. It comes from complex philosophical thought that could have only been born in this Punya Bhumi. So, when we speak of dharma, was the Vali episode adharmam? You see, dharma is thought of as an agranai porul. In Tamil, we say agranai porul means a lifeless object. It's just a rule. It's just a niyadi. But dharma is the rule and the law of God himself. So dharma takes on its own life and plays center stage, plays the drama in the world stage every now and then. Dharma acquires a physical body and appears on the world stage to enact the law of God. And that is what happens in the Vali episode. Dharma comes in the form of Hanuman, Anjaneya. The very moment Anjaneya sees Rama, he identifies the divinity in him. He goes back to Sugrivan and says, Vali Kalan Vandan, I have seen the slayer of Vali. Rama doesn't even know who Vali is at this point. But Anjaneya has already identified him as a killer of Vali. And Anjaneya describes Vali to him in such a way that Rama feels that Vali is a brute who uses his boons and blessings to destroy innocent lives. And Rama is enraged. Dharma also comes in the form of Sugrivan. Sugrivan who falls at Rama's feet and says, Abhayam, surrender. I surrender to you. Protect me from my brother who wants to kill me. Save my wife from his clutches. And when Rama hears this, he is heartbroken because he is a brother who gave up kingship, country, life, family, and happiness for the sake of his brother. He did it all for Bharata. And here there is a brother who is wanting to kill his younger sibling and take away his wife. So Rama thinks this Vali is a boor, a mere animal who deserves to be hunted down like one, and Rama proceeds to do so. He hides behind a tree and kills Vali with one arrow. Arrow fell on the ground, and Vali starts to speak. When Rama gets acquainted with Vali. And when Rama speaks to Vali, that dialogue is it's actually a monologue full of pathos and grief. For Vali feels sorry for himself, for Rama having killed him. Vali feels sorry for everything that happened, but Vali doesn't apologize for his misdeeds. There is a lot of pathos and despair in that monologue, and there's a lot of empathy and kindness that Vali shows Rama. Vali says to Rama, Rama, you are the son of Dasharatha, the brother of Bharata, and yet you did this. You come from the Surya Vamsham. The sun has no blemishes. It is the moon which has blemishes. There is a saying that Rama would have been known as Rama Suryan, but for the Vali episode. Because of the Vali episode and the blemish that came from it, he is known as Ramachandran. That aside, Vali says, Rama, I can understand why you did this. Vali pities Rama. He finds an excuse for Rama. He says, Rama, I understand why you did this. Aviyai, Janagan Petra Annathai, Amildinin Vanda Deviyai, Tulaitha Pinnai, Thigaitanai Polum Seigai. You lost your Avi. You lost your soul. You lost Sita. And because you lost Sita, you are stunned. And that is why you have done this. And Rama listens to Vali speak, and Rama is speechless. But Rama has to justify his deeds. So Rama says, Vali, I did this because you committed 2 crimes against your brother, against your brother's wife. And in that conversation, Rama says to Vali, Vali, you are not a Vanara. You are not a Vanara. You know the difference between good and bad. An animal doesn't make that distinction. An animal doesn't know what is good and what is bad. But Vali, you know the difference between good and bad. That puts you on par with me. You are equal to me. Why did you do this? And at that point, Rama is unable to answer. Rama bows down his head in contrition, and Rama is silent. It's a silence of guilt. Not Rama's fault. Not Rama's fault. Dharma came in the form of Hanuman. Dharma came in the form of Sugrivan. Dharma came in the form of Lakshmanan. Lakshmanan was Rama's conscience. He was Rama's checkpoint. At every point he would ask Rama, is this right? But in the Vali episode, Lakshmana is silent. He just says, I don't want to get involved. He doesn't advise Rama. So all of them play the role of Dharma and push Rama to kill Ravana and when kill Vali. And when Vali says, Rama, a Rakshasa abducted your wife and you are taking revenge on a Vanara? Like an animal, you hunted me down, yet you say that I am human because I know the distinction between good and bad. Rama, this is a contradiction. Is it just? Is your action just? And at that point, Rama bows down his head, almost accepting that he was in the wrong, because Rama is Rama. The greatest of men are those who can see their faults for what they are. The gods among men are those who take on others' faults upon their shoulders. And when Rama bowed down his head and was silent, in that moment there was an awakening inside Bali. Bali saw in the place of Rama, Bali saw the god of Dharma. Bali saw the god of Dharma and said, Rama, forgive me. I am the sinner. You are the God. Forgive me and grant me absolution. And then there is the Vali Moksha. And at that point, the beginning of the Vali Moksham, Kamban composes this song. Tayana uyirku nalgi, dharmamum, tagavum, salvum, நீயன நின்ற நம்பி நெறியனின் நோக்கும் நேர்மை நாயன நின்ற எம்பால் நவையற உணரலாமோ தீயன பொருத்தி என்றான் சிறியன சிந்தியாதான். தாயன உயிர்க்கு நல்கி. God is kind to his subjects like a mother to her children. God is just. Tagavu means justice. God is just. God is great. And in this form of Rama, he sees a union of Godheads. And he says, Rama, you are God. You are right. I am like a dog, the lowest among creations. I am wrong and forgive me. And at that point, Kamban calls Vali Siriyana Sindhiyadan, the one who has risen above trivial issues. It doesn't matter to him anymore. You said, I said, he did, I did. None of that matters anymore. He sees that he was essentially wrong. So this is the point where Vali accepts his own mistake. And Rama bows his head down and accepts the fault upon himself when it was not his fault. It was Dharma coming together to destroy Vali, because the destruction of Ravana is already written. Ravana is going to be killed because he abducted another man's wife. There's no way that Vali, who abducted his brother's wife, can be pardoned. That is against the very laws of Dharma. And so Dharma itself dons the garb of Hanuman, of Sugriva, of Lakshmana, engineers the Vali episode and makes Rama do what he did. Dharmam is a very difficult concept. So very confusing for people like us. But there's a very simple which I have learned from Kamban's Ramayanam, and it is this, that we all have an inner voice. We all have an inner voice. And that voice is called the Manasachi. This voice is never quiet. It is always whispering in our ears. And when we do something, the Manasachi can act as a lawyer or it can act as a judge. If you take somebody else's thing, the Manasachi can tell you, it's okay. You've taken it, he has many, you won't miss it. It's okay, you keep it. Then your Manasachi is acting as a lawyer. You must train your Manasachi to act like a judge. And at that point, the Manasachi says to you, you did wrong, give it back to him. That is an opportunity for you to rectify your wrong, learn and evolve from that mistake. And evolving is what humanity is all about. And I do not believe that Ravana's, the vanquishing of Ravana would have happened without the vanquishing of Vali. The Vali episode elevated Rama to a higher plane. It deified Rama. It was an awakening for him. He gained a certain amount of mental maturity with which he was able to battle Ravana. Imagine the scene. Sita has given him a deadline. If you do not come in 1 month to retrieve me, I will kill myself. That deadline has approached. The first day of battle is when that deadline expired. Ravana is standing in front of him without any weapons, nothing. He could have finished him off at that moment. Deepavali would have come 10 days earlier. But he didn't do it. He said, Indru poi porukku naalai va. That is the principle of Dharmam, where Rama's conscience acted as judge and jury. And because of that, he evolved into a higher plane. The Rama story has a lot of things that we can learn from, but the most important thing is this. Ramayanam is a journey that every man has to undertake to get as close to divinity as possible. Ramayanam means the journey of Rama. We are all on that journey. He is just ahead of us. We follow that path, we can reach the same godliness that he did. This brings me to the conclusion of my talk. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. And if you have any doubts or questions, I'll be happy to answer. Certainly, sir.
And the example that I can cite in this similar way is that of Karanam. You know, he's made out as a paragon of virtue and goodness and how he was destroyed and all that. I call it, I don't want to cause a controversy in already explosive situation, but there's a label for this. But if you really look at Mahabharata also, he's the instigator of the episode of disobeying. And he is the source from which Duryodhana draws the power. Likewise, the interpretations that have been done on the Bali episode, there is one by a great poet called Gadi Madgulkar. He uses one word, Shakanga. Ultimately, he has behaved like an animal, which does not distinguish between spouses in this way. And ethology proves you this. Langurs and others, you know, they kill off the male, alpha male, and then mate with the females. So, do we also need some kind of enlightened discourse from other disciplines to spread this wisdom among people who go with fashions and prejudices of their own?
Well, I think it comes from an inner awakening. There's a very famous book by Mapo Sivanyana, Maposi, called Manidan Devam Vilangu. Okay, all three are within us. That is epitomized in the Vali episode. There is a Vilangu Vali. I'm sorry. Yeah, there is a animal Vali. Manidan Devam Vilangu means man, God, and animal. All three exist within us. There is the animal Vali who abducted his wife, his brother's wife. There is the man Vali who argued with Rama, and then God Vali who got Vali Moksha. So all three states exist within us. And we tend to associate with our dangers. There is a tendency to glorify Ravana. There is a tendency to say, what did he do wrong? There's a tendency to justify Ravana. And what I would say is, rise up above and get in touch with your higher self. You're associating yourself with your base nature and pulling down others to that level. You know, if you rise up in your conscience and touch your best self, you stay in your best self and judge Ravana, you will find him to be wrong. But remember that all three forms exist within us.
Thank you.
No problem.
No, sir, let us have the discussion, question and answer at the end of the session. Anyhow, it is really great to note that practicing physician could spend some time in dwelling in what you call one of the important idihasa of this country. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, please.
I'm really sorry. I wouldn't go if I didn't have to go back to work, but unfortunately, we still have work to do.
I request Mrs. Anuradha Rangachari to please come and give her the memento.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I call Dr. Kalpana Shankar to say or present her views.
Respected Swamiji, moderator, eminent panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank Sri Vishnu Foundation for giving me this opportunity to speak about social justice and peace. I will talk based on my experience with Hand in Hand. Hand in Hand started as a small NGO out of Kanchipuram in Tamil Nadu. When I joined, there were 3 people. Today, there are about 10,400 people. We work across 18 states in India, and we have also expanded overseas to 10 different countries. Basically, between social justice, peace, and social work. If you look at the UN Deprivation Index, you have the gender divide, you have the digital divide, we have the rich-poor divide. I think all these things are leading to a lot of tension. I worked in South Africa, I worked in Brazil, and I see that sort of an unrest coming even in India. So we have to do something to bridge the rich-poor divide. I think a lot of organizations are doing their best, but we have a 1.4 billion population, so it is not enough. I think citizens, government, and voluntary organizations, we should work hand in hand to solve the problems in our country so that everybody gets the basic right. There is peace and joy everywhere. So basically, what do we do at Hand in Hand? We have developed a 5-pillar program based on the UN Deprivation Index. We tackle the various aspects of poverty. We focus on women empowerment and job creation. Child labor elimination is a core program because children are vulnerable, and we work with the mothers of child laborers. Health is also one important issue which needs to be addressed because many poor people at the bottom of the pyramid, they do not have access to basic health facilities. We work in Bihar and Jharkhand, and it is really, really pathetic because we come across every week, at least we attend to 4 or 5 children who are malnourished, who weigh only 1.6 kilograms. And even in the case of women, it's really, really pathetic because their husbands go to other states for work, they never come back, and then they are single at the age of 29 and 30 and burdened with managing the entire household with 5 to 6 children. So we focus on health, skill development, and technology because that can bridge both. It can bring about an increase in income. It can also bridge the digital divide. We are working a lot in that space. And last, I need not say the importance of environment because we witnessed the floods recently. See, it is not having any, natural calamities affect rich and the poor equally, but rich people at least can go and stay in hotels. They can make themselves comfortable and then go back to their homes after the floods. But I saw a person crying before the television. He had lost 5 of his buffaloes. He says, my entire life is gone. He had not insured basically, and 350 animals, I'm told, have died in the recent floods. So there is so much of inequality, and so we have to focus on environment. We have to remember all the time our population is very big. We cannot cope unless all of us should be disciplined. Because if somebody watches, we try to put the whatever garbage we have in the dustbin. Otherwise, we just litter. We think somebody else will come and clean. Who will come and clean? It is such a big population. We have to be responsible. So we are in the area of solid waste, plastic, ocean waste management. We employ about 2,000 green friends to clean up the place, to create good models which can be replicated by the government. And also water conservation is one area where we focus. We work very closely with NABARD and government organizations.
So basically, our vision is elevation of poverty, because poverty is a causal factor for all the reasons. If we talk about child labor, malnourishment. So we believe strongly if the women are empowered and if they have a job, they are able to take care of themselves and the family. So we believe in an integrated approach, because that tackles the different aspects of poverty. For some people, it is a question of access. For some people, it is deprivation. And in India, we come across different models. Each state, it is a different scenario. Tamil Nadu is at some other level, whereas MP is at another level. Punjab, they have a lot of resources, but when it comes to women, it is really pathetic because they don't have access to reproductive health and so on. So we designed the program according to the needs of each and every state. And what we have managed to achieve in the last 20 years. And this also has been possible. The previous speaker spoke about Dharma. So even in the context of not-for-profit, our philosophy has been that we have to be extremely transparent, because we are handling public funding. So we have all types of audit, and I'm also running a company, finance company, which is regulated by RBI. Our audit committee of the not-for-profit, I'm literally scared to represent as a managing trustee, because they go into each and every line item in the financials, and that is the rigor with which they have trained me, because they believe that money which is collected for not-for-profit should be utilized for the right purpose, and it has to benefit the people they are serving for. And because of this discipline and the team, we have managed to scale up whatever we have been doing. We have set up about 101 lakh micro enterprises. Micro enterprises are enterprises which provides jobs to others. We see women, they start off with some small enterprise, and then with some financial credit, then skill training and digital training, they are able to employ their husbands, which really breaks the gender divide, and also other women. So they are able to employ 3 to 4 women. So we have set up about 100,000 micro enterprises. Across India, we have formed around 4 lakh self-help groups. I think I'm very passionate about self-help groups, because women do not get energy, or as a lone person, they find it difficult to speak, but in a group, they get a lot of confidence. They're able to negotiate. The previous speaker and also was listening to some of the previous panel discussion also, which spoke about negotiation, how when we are talking about equity, social justice, I think that is also very important. And in the area of the environment, 6,000 hectares, I'm not talking about numbers, just to show what Hand in Hand has achieved, but also to make all the scope that is there for a not-for-profit in India. And that is one Hand in Hand, or one institution cannot actually meet the requirements of the poor people. And around 300,000 children, we have mainstreamed them into formal schooling. We run 6 residential school children out of school, child laborers, and also tribals. We have a package for them. We help them get their lost childhood, and then mainstream them into government school. So basically what I want to emphasize is social justice plus economic, because when we talk about equity, unless a person has 3 meals a day, nothing. If you say you have to educate a child, who is going to listen to you? All of you must have watched the TV channels, the way they were screaming this time, because for 3 days they were left without food and water. So I think economic empowerment plays a very, very vital role when we talk about social justice, and only then there can be peace. So what is the rationale of the 5-pillar program and how it addresses today's topic? When it comes to child labor elimination in education, the children from the poor communities, tribals, they do not have the access. There's always gender disparity. In North, in MP and Rajasthan, when a girl attains puberty, they stop them from schooling, because in Bihar, we have provided bicycles. They say they have to walk for nearly 4 hours a day. So during winter, parents are very scared. So they stop them. We run some transit schools, child learning centers to help them cope with
government exams. But that's the least we can do, but there is a lot of gender disparity and even equality. After COVID, the educational outcomes, of the school, Asim Premji Foundation, every year they publish. Lot of work has to be done in that space. Even in Tamil Nadu, it is my home state, so I feel it's really pathetic. Fifth standard child is not able to read few sentences in Tamil or even do maths. So I think gender, we have to do a lot in improving the quality of education. So how will that ensure justice? By involving the community through gender mainstreaming and through teacher training. We have adopted around 50 schools. We are working in school strengthening program so as to make them realize how they can improve the quality of education. In the area of skill development, across the country, we see unemployment. There is skill gap. There's also economic inequality. And to ensure justice, we can invest in skill training, and that too, it should be through a rigorous process. Otherwise, people take everything for granted. Anything which is given for free, nobody attends the skill training, even though government is spending crores and crores for skill training. So there should be a rigorous process for selection and then linking them with some corporates so that they immediately get employment. And microfinance is also necessary for first generation entrepreneurs, because it is very difficult to get funding from banks. They have their own, very stringent due diligence, and they will not fund the first generation entrepreneurs. And livelihood promotion is very essential to actually get people out of poverty. When it comes to women empowerment and job creation, what are the challenges people face now? Gender-based violence, it has gone up in Tamil Nadu because of drinking habit. It was only drinking 5 years before. Now they are also into drugs. And last week I saw in Virudhunagar, 3 government school students have attacked the teacher for enforcing discipline. And my women and self-help groups in Kanchipuram, they tell me a 6-year-old boy is having a knife because they said you cannot have drugs. He was going to attack self-help group. It's become so pathetic, it is so rampant. So all these things, I think as citizens, we should, at least I keep talking about it. I know I cannot make a huge change, but wherever it is possible, we try to tell them that this is not good for you. And at least about 500 to 600 people we have managed to change in those villages. They've taken a resolution that they will not drink. So I think it has to start somewhere. So advocacy and awareness will play a great role in bringing about economic empowerment. When you talk about public health, because we have hospitals, but access is a problem, and awareness also. People go to the hospital in the last minute, they cannot any form. So that golden hour is lost. We are running help desks in 7 government hospitals. Per day, we are able to help nearly 10,000 people, because illiterate people who come to the hospital in the last minute. And another area we focus is sanitation. So ensuring justice, what are the various initiatives? Health camps, health education, community health workers. We try to empower them so that they can work with the government systems, and we can reach out to more people. Regarding environmental sustainability, challenges are climate change impact, resource depletion, and lack of awareness. So we work a lot in advocacy, disaster preparedness, and livelihood promotion. Even out of waste, so many things are possible, but people have to be trained. So basically, to align with today's topic, I feel we start with the women and individual empowerment. Through the individuals and the self-help groups, we empower the community. And once the community is empowered, it results in sustained development. And for that, peace and social justice have to be ingrained into whatever we do. It is easy to speak just to some. I thought I'll take you through some case studies. It's about Naseem Rafiq in Maharashtra. Because one income is not enough. So she had the aspiration. We trained her not only in tailoring, but also digital marketing. She's able to procure orders. And now with the increase in, similarly, when talking about community empowerment, already I said, like as a group, people feel
empowered, and it is applicable more to women because they feel their voice is getting heard. And I was very happy when they said together as a group, they are able to lobby with government and get lot of things for themselves and for the community. We have a apex organization of the self-help groups called the CLNs. We are promoting it pan-India so that it can act as an interface between the individual citizens and the community. Self-sustainability, because economic empowerment leads to development. This is a case study in Tiruvannamalai. They managed to get a road which is worth about 95 lakhs. The men were not able to do. A group of women, they were able to lobby with the collector and they have got it done. And about nearly, I would say 30% of our women have got elected as Panchayat Raj presidents, and they are also carrying out development activities wherever they are. So once again, I wish to thank Sri Vishnu Foundation for giving me this opportunity to speak about Hand in Hand and how we are trying to promote peace and justice and whatever we do. Thank you, everyone.
Later.
I have to go.
Then
I'm
one or
extremely sorry. There's a World Bank program today. There's a valedictory. I have to be there.
okay, one observation or question.
No, call me Kalpana, please.
Also. So do you see women having a more active role in, when you are empowering women to take up positions in the segment of the government? I thought that was one of your key models and so do you think we'll achieve more than this promised 33% in the near future? Perhaps.
It has to start somewhere. Now it is only inclusion. Several places women get selected, but only the husbands actually run the show. We have to empower and continuously hand-holding, talking to women about their rights and their entitlement. Several places, she will be sitting on the floor and husband will be sitting on the chair. So wherever we work, we try to tell them this is your right. Don't give up your peace. So I think we have a long way to go because rural communities somehow they have been left behind. So making use of the digital, I think we have to empower the rural communities so that they get the benefits from the system.
So another thing I see, not-for-profit organizations, I see more, this is empowering for women, it's not, yes, they help for women. Is it because you are not-for-profit involved, engages with the empathy, with the empathetic side of women? Do you think that is why women are more involved in this sector at this point of, we have to give it to ourselves?
Definitely, I think in terms of empathy and compassion, we are, it is all the projects we run it with so much of passion. It is closer to our heart. I can proudly say no male member can. They may be match. They can be in terms of management experience and running, bringing process and systems. They may be good, but empathy and innovation, I think.
I think we'll soon have a lot of men working for us.
Yes,
Thank
definitely.
you. Thank you. Last question is by CLRG.
Madam, do the schools provide for technical education for that level?
No.
So I am reminded of what Rajendra Prasad said, as president. We are having people who are employed, but not employable. So can you have vocational training that can help them to be on their own? Is it possible?
Yeah, we are doing it. Even it takes only 2 lakhs to set up a skill training center for training people to join police force and army, because all that they have to do.
No, not that. Small things like smithy, carpentry, like that. They are on their own. There's a lot of demand for them. That's why. General education is okay.
So we can tie up with Polytechnic. We have very good models in Singapore and other countries.
No, can you not adopt that? At least
We are doing it, sir, but what with the rural place that is
So the question is answered. Thank you.
psychological, it is difficult to convince them.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Swamiji has empowered women by asking them to sit in front of them. So it is, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I request Mrs. Chandra Balu to please come and honor. Kalpana Shah. Just a small to the audience. If you have any questions at the end of the session, please wait for the mic to come to you because others can't hear your question. So please wait for the mic to come to you.
Now I request the next speaker, Madam Madhumati, to present her views.
Yeah, so namaste and vanakkam and good evening. I feel very, very humbled and blessed to be here today, especially after listening to the earlier speakers. I mean, the amount of work that Hand in Hand is doing, I'm really awed at the kind of work that they're doing. And Dr. Priya's elucidation on Kambaramayana, I mean, that is really great. I'm not going to take too much of your time. I know it's very little difficult after a heavy lunch to sit through a heavy session like this. So I would try to make it a little interactive. And so I will not take too much of the time. The next slide. So I'm kind of looking at this as a theme, building positive peace for ethnic and racial underrepresented populations and other communities marginalized by mainstream culture. This is what I wanted to talk about. So when we're talking about ethnic and racial, I mean, in India and in Tamil Nadu, we don't have too much of a problem there, but then there is a big community of marginalized sections here. With all due respects to the men here, the men feel entitled, right? So especially in the marginalized segments, there are a lot of issues. So I'm going to be touching about that today. And so I represent this organization called Shraddha Manu Foundation. Incidentally, we also work in mainstreaming the marginalized women and children. And we do that using education pathways. I would just like to open this entire discussion. The next slide, please. I'd like to start this opening verse. Dharanat dharma mityahuhu, dharmo dharayate prajaha, yatyad dharane samyuktam, sadharma iti nishchayaha, which means, this is from Mahabharata, and this means dharma is the one that sustains the society. Dharma maintains the social order. Dharma ensures well-being and progress of humanity. And dharma is surely that fulfills these objectives. And hence, you know, because we don't have too much of a time, I'm kind of moving forward. And hence the big question to ask is justice the same as dharma? You know, which Dr. Priya was also talking about. I mean, when people talk to me about Shraddha, they used to ask, so what is the meaning of Shraddha? So I found it extremely difficult to explain Shraddha, and I think it's the same with dharma and even shanti. These words which are extremely difficult to translate into another language and still have the same spirit conveyed. So these are some pictures for you. I don't know how many of you can relate to these pictures. These are pictures off the ground the last 2-3 days. Okay, we've been very, very working. And Dr. Priya was talking about Dharma Yuddham. And actually, I'm in a big Dharma Yuddham. There are people, my team on the ground, and I'm here. So it was a yuddham between two good things, being here and then being there. So this is something that's happening. I will tell you why I put this picture here. We'll move to the next slide. This picture is there because I'm trying to, kind of, can we move to the next slide, please? Yeah, I'm trying to explain, what justice and what dharma is. Thanks. So justice, typically look at the picture there, next to justice, you see, parents with a couple. Now today, I mean, not just today, the family situation, the family institution is very intact, has been intact. Maybe today there is a little bit of a ruffle here and there. Parents are willing to give their arm and a hand to ensure that children are successful. They would go to any extent. I mean, it could be, success could be a wrong word. It could be anything. It could be to do with health. It could be to do with, education. It could be anything. They would go far, in terms of helping the children. If a parent fails to do that, I'm sure the lawyer here will agree, there is a way to legally secure that. Yes, ma'am? Yes. Look at the other picture there. The parents are there. The parents have done everything. They're there, but the children are not with them. They have gone looking for seeking greener pastures, which is what obviously the parents wanted. There's no question of whether it's right or wrong or whatever, but I don't think there is a rule which could, by law, you could force a child to take care of the parent. That is dharma. Okay, dharma typically says, and in our institution, we believe, as in our culture, we believe that children, it's a family is an institution, and we were all living together. Yesterday, that picture that I showed you was basically from that perspective. Kalpana ma'am was about, there's no difference between the poor and the rich. When there is a calamity, yes, there is no difference. But we did see a difference yesterday where we saw the poor communities, they're all together. Okay, there's a problem, everybody stands up, they're all together. Whereas the problem, 12 feet water, we saw in the huge apartments like DLF and Perumbakam and Thoraipakkam and all that. Most of the places, I'm sorry to say, were elders, almost abandoned, and if I can say, they were kind of staying alone. Children are abroad, children are somewhere else, and they were left to fend for themselves. It's not as if children wanted the parents to suffer. Parents are very happy about children doing, a set of things. They're very happy about it. But somewhere there is a fallen dharma there. Somewhere we are so focused on our selfish, or I don't even know if selfish is the right word, in our growth, that sometimes we tend to forget that parents have to be taken care too. So that is the difference between justice and dharma. What you can actually get a court to do, outside of that. So what do? We at Shraddha work with marginalized women, and we try to mainstream them. And when I say marginalized, I'm not talking only about economical problems, but we're talking about social marginalization as well. Like I said, especially the reasons of gender, and especially the lower income groups. You find a lot of disparity. The man, irrespective of whether he's educated or not, he holds the wife under his thumb. So that's how it works. So whether we decided we will work with those women and we identified, we wanted to train those women. But before all of that, how did we even, actually land upon that? This was a chance finding where one day my maid Ramya, she was cleaning and, she was mopping. I saw her, she was attempting to read a Times of India newspaper. And I went up to her and said, Tata oda paper irukuma, Dinamalar irukku, so why are you struggling with this English paper? She said, Akka, na vandu MA varakum padichirkenga, and that was really, was a big shock for me, because I thought, people who are educated would not come for these kind of jobs, odd jobs. Then I asked her, why are you doing this? I mean, what is the necessity? And then she said, Akka, my mom used to work. She was a she was a maid. And I got married very early. I have 2 daughters. Now I'm separated. My husband has taken to drinking. I don't want to put up with all the nonsense. And I'm 35. Government will not give me a job. I don't know if I have any skill set at all to go and apply for a job. What comes very easy to me, naturally to me, is that I've gone with my mom, I've worked, and this is very comfortable for me because I can work. My child goes to school. I drop the child to work, go back before, I finish all my work before the school gets over. And I was taken one step, still more rattled when she said, Na mattum illaka, enga building pakatla vandu parunga, they live in a LIG flat in T Nagar. So vandu parunga evlo per adu madri irukanga. Enna madri there are a number of people. So we decided, let's do a dipstick study, and we identified 52 women in Gangaikaraipuram, Gangapuram, Dharmapuram and all that, in the location, in and around Vallur Kotam. And we were actually talking to these women, and we figured out that the men folk were hardly 6th standard, 8th standard, whatever. They were doing things like they were carpenters or auto rickshaw fellows and things like that. But the lady of the house was educated. She was a graduate. Okay. But she was not able to take decisions for her children. Okay. She would like her children to go to a good school. She would like her children to go for tuitions or whatever, get the child to do really well in life, but the husband doesn't understand. And most of the time there was sometimes physical and most of the time verbal abuses. And hence we asked them 5 questions, and we asked them what your aspirations were. And said we would like to be economically reasonably independent. We don't have too much of a time, but we would like to do some work and earn some money. But beyond that, one of the key things that they said was, we would like to be respected. Our own self-esteem has gone down and we are being treated like doormats. So we would like to have a bit of a recognition. Okay. And in the society, forget the society, my own children do not respect me. So I would like to be respected, to have some amount of self-esteem. And this study also threw a little more understanding of what was happening in that segment. Some of them were very open, very vociferous. They spoke about their problems, but many were ignorant, I mean, oblivious of the problem totally, because they thought that is the way life is. They thought that it is all right. Like Kalpana was saying, it's all right to sit on the floor. It is probably the way to do that. So when the man comes back from work, you expected to go and feed him and whatever. He would come back drunk, but you would still have to be at his service. And it was, they were so ignorant. They did not even realize that that could be another way to look at things. And they are human beings with equal, if not superior rights. Then another group we saw, they were at a point of reconciliation. They had actually understood, yes, there is a problem, but then I will reconcile to this because this is how my life is. And I would put up with this. So they were not happy inside, but then they were putting up with this. And the third group of people, they were completely, at a nirvana state, acceptance. I'm fine. I'm happy. I don't have a problem. I will take up all this. They completely accepted whatever was happening. But we realized that they all had aspirations and they wanted respect in the society and their families. And this is some data that we have. As of 17-18, 70% of our So, India's female literacy rate is about 70%, but only 19% in India. If you look at the female labor force participation, it's just that. There's so many lakhs and millions of women who are educated, but they're not putting their education to good use. So, our thought of Shraddha was to look at things from a dharmic way, and we believe justice is not something to be fought for or taken up in a court of law, but it should be the social order. While governments could, kind of bring out schemes after schemes, unless we understand the dharmic nature of human existence, things can't move forward. Yesterday's floods, the floods that we are seeing in every single location, be it where the poor people live or the rich people live, wherever we were trying to pump out water, we saw so much of plastics. Okay, water was clogged simply because plastics were there. Okay, and I'm not talking about one gunny bag of plastic. I'm talking about, lorry loads of plastic which were there. So where is dharma? Our swadharma is to ensure that we keep our house clean and we also keep the society, the place that we live, clean. That's not happening. So I think the dharmic nature or the dharmic approach to life is extremely important. And be it from, women can be from the unrepresented or underserved segments, or it could be children from there. Justice needs to happen in a natural way. It has to be very natural. And a proactive approach rather than a reaction within a court, a proactive approach has to be there. So, which is where we believe that education could be a great leveler. Education can actually train the minds of people, be the women, and we work with children, to tell them that justice is a very natural process. You get educated, you get to know what your rights are, and you are not secondary to anybody. So that's where, we've started our work, and our focus has been completely into education. That video can be played. There's a video there. That's a small video.
ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தேன். ஆஃப்டர் மேரேஜ்க்கு அப்புறம் என்னால ஜாப் கண்டினியூ பண்ண முடியல. நான் பிஎஸ்சி முடிச்சிருக்கேன். மேரேஜ் 9 இயர்ஸ் நான் ஒர்க் பண்ணாம வீட்லயே சும்மா தான் இருந்தேன். எஜுகேஷன் முடிச்சுட்டு கேரியர் ஸ்டாப் பண்ணிட்டேமே ரொம்ப ஃபீல் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தேன். ஸோ என்னோட எய்ம் டீச்சர் தான். பட் என்னோட ஃபேமிலி சிச்சுவேஷன் அண்ட் ஹெல்த் இஷ்யூஸ் என்னை சப்போர்ட் பண்ணல டீச் பண்றதுக்கு.
These women aspire to build a respectable career for themselves and are passionate about making a difference in their localities. Our dipstick study revealed these aspirations as well as the socio-economic factors that were holding these women back.
Our Upasana program is designed with multiple objectives. One is to build a pipeline of quality educators for after-school support of children. Two,
yeah, I think we're running short of time. So what we attempt to do is to work with women, with children. Our work is in Tamil Nadu, predominantly in the small districts, in very, very small villages, where we're trying to see how much of, we have value education as one of our key deliverables, where we tell children that it is extremely important not just to be competitive, but also to be accommodative. So, it's very easy to say right now, but then those children have to compete for everything, be it for water. What is very normal to us in life is not very normal to them. So, be it for a toilet, they'll have to be in a queue. Be it for water, they'll have to be in a queue. And to tell them, be accommodative and nice, it is not so easy for them to do, but then we are working on that. So this is what I would like to kind of conclude with. Life hasn't given them many options. So let us look at that and look at a little bit of dharma and empathy in our hearts and see what we can do to this society. Thank you and Jai Hind. But like I said, I have a dilemma, as in a dharmic dilemma. There are people waiting out there. We have to serve lunch. We have to serve lunch, sir, in Westmoreland. So I'll have to be leaving right now. Thank you. Okay, I'll take one question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Spoke about the young lady trying to meet the plan to be there.
Yes.
We had an article last week by a Nobel laureate who cited his mother's work on, you saw that, I'm sure.
I didn't, sorry.
In which he spoke about the fear that people have in Indian society of the results of empowerment of young women. And one of them involves freedom to choose their sexual choices also. And this is a sensitive topic, I know, and that we need to work on this with full understanding, because there is also a feeling that the moment you empower somebody, all these train of thoughts start coming in. So you have so many battles to fight. How do you choose the fight then?
So one of the basic things that we kind of tell them is they have to be rooted. They have to be rooted in our culture. They have to be rooted in, I mean, if everything is okay, there's nothing that can stop us, right? So we are trying to, kind of tell them that you can fly high, but then your hand, your legs have to be on the ground. So that is an education that we do for women as well as for kids. And our fundamental work is more with kids, where at the impressionable age, we are able to put certain thoughts in them. So that's how we work.
There is also this fear of, as compared to what? How do you get rooted? You get rooted in an India that is 19th century, 20th century, yesterday. What kind of rooted?
So this is basically, like Dr. Priya was saying, it's basically, in Bhagavatam, they say there is something called a Narayana Kavacham. Okay. So you put that Narayana Kavacham every time, you wear it. And then, that's the gatekeeper. It tells you to allow a thought or not entertain a thought. Okay. So we keep telling those kids, ask yourself twice. Is it okay? You're asking, you're crying for something. You're fighting with your parent. Is it okay? Can you not have it? Is it okay not to have it? So think twice. So we keep talking to people about the Narayana Kavacham.
Wonderful. Actually, I had a similar experience which I shared with an almanac called Kala Nirnay, where we used Hanuman. I had that experience as a child. And Samartha Ramdas was the inspiration for this moment. So there is so much we can discuss and do. Thank you for your beautiful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jai Hind.
Enlighten marginalized women and children. Thank you very much.
I request Mrs. Lata Ramdas to please come and give the memento to Mrs. We have one more last speaker to add to the plethora of speakers today. One more speaker to come in. I request Dr. Shrikala Nair to please come join on the dais. Professor Shrikala Nair is currently working as Director, International School for Shankaracharya Studies, and also as Head, Department of Philosophy, Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Khaladi. As a former professor of Nalanda University and former member of ICPR and Joint Secretary of Indian Philosophical Congress, her contributions to academic philosophy has been significant and acknowledged across the country. Her thrust areas of research are Indian epistemology, consciousness studies, and post Shankara Advaita Vedanta. She has authored a book titled Analysis of Knowledge, Classical and Contemporary Approaches, edited 2 volumes, and has over 70 research papers to her credit. Over 300 papers were presented by her in conferences within the country and abroad, and has organized over 60 national and international conferences in philosophy. She has produced 10 PhDs and has completed 3 research projects. Professor Nair served the university in various capacities as controller of examination in charge, IQAC director, director of intangible heritage studies, etc. She's a member of several academic bodies like Board of Studies, Academic Council, etc. of various universities, and has presented papers in USA, Canada, Beijing, Singapore, and Malaysia. Several awards came in recognizing her merit and contributions to academic philosophy. First rank and gold medal in MA Philosophy, ICPR Young Scholar Award, Best Coordinator of Bharat Mahila Darshanik Pratisht, Best Paper Award for PYTT Singapore, Shastri Indo-Canadian Fellowship being some of these, just a few to mention. Welcome to Dr. Shrikala Nair onto the panel.
Now I request Madam Maithili Mehta to present her views.
Namaste, Puja Swamiji, Narayana. And a very good afternoon to all of you. It has been such a, more than the sumptuous lunch we had enormous fill to absolutely beyond and more food for thought that has come in. It is just flooded in. It's almost making me forget the Chennai floods with the kind of flooding in of knowledge, which and thinking, and to see what amazing work each one is doing, and to keep this is what our society runs on. On one hand, you have corruption, you have injustice, you have everything that is wrong that is happening, which is eating into the vitals of society. And here you have all the pillars holding up society and taking it above and beyond. I salute to each one of these great speakers ahead of me for the kind of work they've done and the contributions they have made to society. What they give to society, what you give to another is what you give yourself. And that is where this will lead me on to our topic of the day, peace and reconciliation. And justice, peace is born of justice. Now let us look at the relationship between justice and peace. Justice, well, what is justice? Justice, as anybody understands it, fairness, fair play, equality. Am I getting what the other man gets? Am I getting my due? That is the sense of justice. Now, what is justice? There could be 2 people fighting over the same thing and saying, I deserve it. I'm the person who deserves it, and the other man wants to take it away. How do you resolve something like that? And if you listen to each one of them, each one could sound extremely convincing. So I think at some level, justice is so difficult. We have easily spoken about right, wrong, dharma, adharma, and as absolutes. But are they absolutes? They probably are not. We start off, life is not equal. Why are we assuming justice is an automatic result? What is just about life? Why is one person born with all limbs in place into a able-bodied with a good brain, a family background, food to eat, and a guarantee of education and a future? a good future which he could develop on. I mean, whether he wants to or not, or probably have a life where you could, have, name it and he has it. And there is another one who's probably born equal in the talents, in everything else, but is born in a family which cannot educate him, which cannot even guarantee him 2 square meals a day. So or you have somebody who is in an abusive home, who is seeing his father probably coming home drunk and beating up the mother. This child is coming to you tomorrow, you are coming face to face, the two come face to face. When you talk about injustice, the man who has had it all and has slight discomfort caused by the other man who hasn't had the privilege of knowing better. He could be doing something which could deeply, make the other man indignant and say, what did I do? Why is he behaving so badly? So here is where, I mean, before I get to that, I must also tell you, a sense of injustice is definitely directly connected to loss of peace. You feel things are being just, you will be peaceful. No, but we can't stop here. It goes a lot beyond all of that. Now, these two are probably having a fight, they're not getting along, there are some issues, and he has behaved wrongly. But before you say wrongly, have you seen what all has been wrong about his life? Before you have already branded him as wrong. And self-righteousness is the other side of justice. You say, I am right, I have done everything right, I am therefore entitled to what the best. So why do you assume that it is all that you have done is right and therefore you are entitled to everything? I mean, whatever you think you're entitled to is your rightful, and you also get angry that I am right and he is wrong. Why I must I must be the winner, not him. Or we see people who are not able to meet the same standards as a person who has been educated in the right way of living. And immediately you put him down saying, oh, he's a useless fellow. We feel very self-righteous. Here comes the next question. Is it right to do that? Have we all not at some point in time been wrong? Don't we have to think of that? There are times we've been wrong and we have not received our punishment that is due to us. But we are so unforgiving to somebody who has fallen in error, however small. And somehow when we hold somebody responsible for a mistake, we think we have risen several notches up. Here is where your dharma, your goodness and all that, there is a missing link in all this is compassion. A willingness to look at the other person as a human being, in fact, we need to do that to all sentient beings. You need love. Love is the bridge that cuts across everything. You cannot talk about peace and you cannot have peace without love. Love is the link between peace and justice. Unless you have that, your justice, the pursuit of justice, as anybody who has ever had to fight a court case will know, is a very arduous one, and it is not fulfilling, I can tell you. In fact, I get clients, you have families fighting, you have husband and wife fighting, you have brothers, you have father, son, mother, I mean, name the most sacred of relationships, so they are fighting in court. What do I tell them? What are you going to get at the end of it? I mean, what are you fighting for? I think we need to first, if you look at it, the only bridging gap in this whole thing is you bring in the element, the emotion of love, and then look at what is right and wrong. Does it really matter? Have we all not been wrong? And I know I'm giving quite the opposite of what we've spoken this long about being that, the Messiah, holding out, or standing for the right things. Of course, you must stand for the right things. We all must be self-aware. Is everything that we are doing, what am I doing? Am I doing the right thing? There's no doubt. I'm not for a moment saying don't look at it. But can we rethink, if peace is our objective, can we rethink how we look at that fallen person who has been unable, for whatever reasons, which worked for you, he did not have what you worked for you to be able to write. Can we not bring to his life that rightness? Moment you see, show that compassion to that man, you give him love. He himself, his conscience will say, okay, the world is not such a bad place. You could actually make the man who has done wrong to realize his mistake and probably correct himself. And in this manner, the individual, the role of the individual, as this concept paper also talks about, at the end of the day, I think we need to really work at each individual. We have to work on ourselves as individuals to look at how we can move with the more evolved each human being becomes. We are all only part of the whole. As we have the Advaita philosophy, you are no different from me. Nobody is different from anybody else. Moment we operate from that space, it is just like one bubble versus another in an ocean. You have to look at that, okay, that bubble is not wrong. It just didn't get the right amount of air in it to be large enough like you. That's about it. I mean, it's that kind of a thing. And unless each individual is self-aware, am I doing the right thing? Can I look at things differently? We need to look at things differently and not wait to find fault. Our media, and excuse my dear journalist friends for saying this, but I can see in the media, whether it's your WhatsApp forwards or the media or anywhere, people take enormous amount of pleasure in pointing out what someone did wrong. Only that makes news. There is so much people are doing right. As we just saw, many of our speakers of today have done so much of good work. Now, that is the kind of that can have a, and Vishnu Mohan Foundation is doing good work. This is the kind of message, if it keeps spreading over a period of time, it can lead to real societal change. I'll tell you the simple example. As being a lawyer, I am faced with many people who are facing all kinds of disadvantages and injustice. They're looking at injustice on their face and they're coming without a solution. You have that athlete, you would have heard of Shanti Soundararajan. Event, she was stripped of a silver medal in the Asian Games. Why? Because they suddenly said that the testosterone levels in her body were more than permitted. Now, rules of the game are not given after the game, but they did that and they got away with it. And then the discrimination she underwent. If you hear about what she does, all of us, what we do, whatever little we do for society is practically nothing compared to what this woman, who is a child of a brick kiln worker, she spends all her time. She hosts, she has other young athletes, she feeds them, she brings them up. She's busy doing that. I mean, that is selfless work she's doing. But for each Shanti Soundararajan, there are 10 people trying to bring her down for all the wrong reasons. So what does it show? I mean, it is an unselfish act which needs to be. I was able to see what kind of, the disruptors definitely are the biggest problem in our society. They are doing these things cold-bloodedly. Two people fighting over what is right or wrong is the smallest of our problems. The bigger problem is the disruptors who, we have it in nations. We know how wars are initiated, what happens in the war room, what really, the poor soldiers fighting in the front because some leader decided that there must be a fight. He doesn't know. You have actually brainwashed him into going to the front and giving up his life when you're sitting in the cozy comfort of your high offices. So I think we really need to look at things very closely and how we can actually work. The teachers play a very, very important role, and we've had a whole lot of them today on our various speakers include, and there are others who are teachers by default, because by just having lived long enough, there are so many people learning from you. They're working with you or whatever. People are learning. So I think here, the one is the biggest enemy is the selfishness. Of course, the spiritual the ego is at the center of it all. So every time we are looking at, I mean, what is the motivation? Is it ego? And if we are going to, even as teachers, we need to understand our students could know a lot more than us. And ego has to be watched and called out every time it shows its ugly head to disrupt anything. Because I think we all need, if we just got self-aware, we would see it. It has an ugly head and it disrupts. So that is something is my observation. Now, as we see as a lawyer talking about adversarial litigation, today there has been some change. There's a lot of talk. There has been a big shift in the way litigation is approached. As everybody knows, oh, well, what is the use of going to court? And it's that tariq pe tariq, they say, that is the biggest, nothing happens in court, you waste so much of time, you waste so much of money, and you come out bitter. And yes, believe me, there are no winners in court in the regular battles that are fought. Because by the time you're through with your case, you don't even know whether you won or lost. So what we really need to, and today we are moving towards mediation and alternate sources of dispute resolution, which goes a long way in doing just showing what happens when two parties are fighting. There is again a missing link. They missed out something they both could actually agree on. Once they identify what they agree on, they may even realize there is really no dispute. Sometimes two parties are saying the same thing, but in different language, effectively. For all practical purposes, you're saying, you know, you would, if you hear them closely and if you watch what they're saying, they're probably saying exactly the same thing. They're just on the other side. And the lawyer here can be very mischievous. He may have vested interest in the dispute continuing. But if you just showed light, the dispute would just vanish. Nothing can withstand the light of understanding. You just say, okay, this is where. But of course, there is no cure. If justice is what you want, you will get it. But if it is injustice, which you claim to be justice, is what you want, you cannot be allowed to get it. That is the distinction we need to draw. Otherwise, mediation can definitely get everyone justice. And it's the path that we are going towards. It's just a better understanding that's needed. Here we are in Shakti Foundation. I think I know the evening is running too fast. We're luckily past 4:20. But anyway, so given no problem. No, so no. And talking about, I was listening to this. Madhumati was talking about how children of a domestic help cannot think of being anything other than a domestic help. And to my mind, I mean, that's the easiest thing to do. It doesn't help being educated. I had one boy who worked for me he would insist that he loved cleaning bathrooms. So he would come to my house only to clean bathrooms. And he was a graduate. So I said, why don't you take up a job, try, right? And then with a lot of coke, he said, no, I love the job. He will sing in the bathroom, and the best cleaning of bathroom that anybody could do is this boy. Then I really coaxed him into, doing something with his education. His mother was working the domestic help. And he got a job in the corporation. He asked me for some letter or something about, just help, very small help, but to whatever it is, he was qualified. He's working in the corporation. And I met him recently. I told him, I said, why don't you just focus on that? And now he's a typist working in the corporation of Chennai. So these are all I think this is the kind of helping hand we need to give people to empower them. And each one must respect what they're doing and respect the other. I think respect is to be shown to every creature, every sentient being, And as I was reading, talking about all this, talking about water, sleep, food, like that all these things need to be respected, nothing to be treated with contempt. If we followed that, we would have, there will not be many people going away with the feeling of injustice. Injustice is, at the end of the day, an emotion. It is not an absolute. Have you left someone feeling it is unfair? It happens in every home. There are two children, straight away, you have been more partial to one or the other. That's a normal thing. But the feeling of injustice also comes from saying, no, I want more. And why is it that I am not able to get more? This is what gets problematic. Now, talking about the Shakti Foundation, of which I am a trustee, and the next speaker, Mrs. Saumitra Srinivasan, who is the managing trustee, will talk about it. Here we have tried to approach again, we were talking about the marginalized women, but here we are not restricting it really to whom you call marginalized, because people are in many ways marginalized, not just economically. Yes, those economically marginalized need a lot more help economically, but at an emotional level, at the level because of the huge gap between what opportunities are available to women as against men. Women have been, in a sense, pushed to a corner. Some women, I would say, and I mean, empowering, who are we to empower anybody? Everybody has the power within. It's just about igniting that power, showing the mirror to them and saying, yeah, this is the power that you already have. And there is a lot of domestic abuse that happens. And this is the other area that we are addressing. We just want to help women, show them their rights. At the same time, we are not out here to create wedges in working systems, whether it's a marriage or wherever, if it is possible, to find a wholesome solution. If the problem of the woman in a marriage is that she is not able to is not treated with respect, we could go to look at counseling the men also. That is the approach we are. It's still a very new trust. We have NGO that we've started. We need to work on it further and more ideas as we go along. That is so far as Shakti goes. And here is another one important point which has been recognized by in various religions of the world, all religions practically, is forgiveness. Forgiveness, the role of forgiveness, I have personally experienced in the course of my work. What a magic change. What you think, how you feel about things can actually change the situation. It's something I have seen for myself. There have been clients of mine who have been, in extremely vicious fights. It could be a husband and wife, it could be within the family. The legal process takes time. And they usually come and pour their sorrows to you and their sense of indignation to you. And it so happened just after one of my experiments, after my morning meditation, I got a call that somebody was so distressed. I was in a completely different zone mentally from the person who was talking to me. I said, we are working on it. It's not your problem. We will do the job. But in the meanwhile, just go ahead and forgive your person who did wrong to you, not for that person, for your own peace. And they did the job, but they did it, and it is difficult to believe, but they actually became the person she was fighting with. They actually were able to have a smooth talk. They, in fact, came together like that. There are many situations where people not just come together, we are able to resolve a problem when people are at peace. Usually it is that damaged ego or that sense of injustice which has disturbed and muddied the waters. Moment you are able to bring in, again, forgiveness is an act of love. If once you do that, it releases both parties, not just the person who who is forgiven, but the person who forgives, both are deeply benefited. Resolution of a problem becomes easier when you do that. It is something I can today have done it so many times. I've had found it to work. I don't see why we should all not give it a try. It costs you nothing. So I think with this, I don't think I should take much more than this. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. I thank the foundation for this opportunity.
Thank you, Madam.
Yes.
Sir, initiatives. The problem is not highlighting negativity. The problem is giving a wide spectrum of choices to a reader. There is also good news. There is also bad news.
Yes.
What you focus on or what you relate to possibly gives you that kind of vibe.
No, not, I would personally.
No,
say
I'm
that.
just.
No, you're right. It's what you focus on, and not only that, we look at what, I mean, you already start with a premise. It's likely it will be, you will meet what you expect.
Exactly.
I'm not saying, and it is more of a generalization.
Absolutely.
As all generalizations, this also has its pitfalls. There's no argument on that. There is good news, but I'm still talking about what is it that we are engaging in. We are talking about that news.
There is one more initiative we have called NI, newspapers in the classroom. We produce newspapers for youngsters, shorn of much of this, which is likely to confuse or make their minds turbid. And this is a prize-winning initiative. Again, where we try to modulate it at the mental age or capacities without being judgmental on them, you know. So you are very, very right. And what you spoke about, love and forgiveness, I think we need an entire week to talk about.
Yes, there's
Thank
so
you
much.
so much.
There's so
Yeah. Thank you.
You said this, I just want to point out that we have an annual conference called Forgiveness is Liberation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, people from
Great.
all around the world, we did in COVID first, all around the world, people joined us.
It's the most powerful tool
Yes.
we have. It's with us.
Both, like you said, both parties win.
Yes, they do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
This is Srividya Srikumar. Sorry, please. To come and hand over the man. Lot of Sri, exactly.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request the next speaker, Ms. Saumitri Srinivasan, to present her views.
Namaskaram to everybody. I first want to thank Aruna and I want to thank Shobana. Your introduction about me was fabulous. It was very, very generous. And I must confess that I quite like the way you had represented me. My namaskarams again to Swamiji. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. I am Saumitri. They all affectionately greet with both. I head Shakti Public Charitable Trust. We are a fledgling trust and today we are exactly 6 months old. We actually operate in the domain of truth telling, deep listening, justice and healing. This is one of the charters of Vishnu Mohan Foundation. Just like other speakers have mentioned, I operate at a very macro level of restoring peace and justice. There are many definitions of peace and justice. I choose the simplest one. Peace means lack of conflict and freedom from fear of violence between individuals or groups. Justice to me means, in the broader sense, individuals are to be treated in a manner that is equitable and fair. Swamiji says, "Where was your mind when you last saw it?" He said this to me yesterday. A very, very simple question, yet so powerful, it stops you in the tracks. I reflected on this question so much yesterday. This question makes you pause and helps one re-engage with one's own self. The question again is, where was your mind when you last saw it? Atma Vichara requires courage, discipline, and a very positive outlook, interests and hobbies. Yet values across different denominations, cultures are to be the same. Hence, they are called universal values. Practicing mindfulness every moment reduces conflicts and leads one to inner peace, and this is through acceptance. Self-reflection is a very, very uncomfortable. Swami Dayananda Saraswati says, initially, fake it and then make it. Adopting universal values through mindful living should become an automatic process in a way that there is no conflict or resistance. Awareness holds the key to our course correction. At Shakti Public Charitable Trust, we support two verticals: creating awareness on toxic behavior patterns. We find many times in this largely patriarchal society, a perpetrator is unaware of his toxic behavior and has himself been a victim of negativity. He unconsciously mimics the pattern he has imbibed. Our videos are short bursts of less than 60 seconds. We use these videos to create awareness. These videos are screened everywhere, including in educational institutions where young minds are shaped. This is to illustrate and educate on unacceptable behavior patterns. These videos are a moment to pause and to reflect, a moment to observe and absorb. The second vertical we work on is to provide legal redressal to any educated woman. She may be working at home for her family in a conventional setup or working for her family at an office. Swamiji narrated several moving incidents yesterday to me where a devotee was unaware of her rights to peace, lack of conflict and justice, a fair, equitable manner of treatment. Is not mental wellness a fundamental right? No human being can function optimally in a state of permanent anxiety. Inner peace is needed for spiritual development. Shakti Public Charitable Trust is the brainchild of a very young man. He is only 87 years old. He is Mr. R. Tyagarajan, the chairman of the Sri Ram Group. He is my mentor. He says to me quite often that genetics has a huge role in making a woman naturally more giving. Women adapt and a lot more than says this. Women adapt and accommodate a lot more. This is perhaps a way for society and cultures to sustain and evolve over time. Women keep the family together. The woman gives up a lot for us as a civilization to thrive. Mr. R.T. created this trust fund out of his retirement funds and not out of the Sri Ram Group's profits. He felt that an educated working woman is actually bound and shackled by society. She is unable to express her conflict and get redressal. Is it not strange that an educated woman should hesitate to find a solution? Perhaps This is because of the sensitive nature of the issue, especially in the case of marital disputes. Most times, a woman, when presented with legal options, gets enormous mental relief just by knowing what options are available to her. This helps her re-engage with optimism, confidence, and renewed vigor. Swamiji says after a hard day at work, a woman would just refresh herself and engage in household chores. A man would stop and say he's tired and rest. This is largely true and definitely not a gender stereotyping, but nevertheless true. Shakti Public Charitable Trust does not recommend a breakaway solution. We try for resolution first. We provide basic counseling services to understand the different versions of truth. We deep listen, healing provided by encouraging the client to make an informed decision. Most times, a little bit of legalese, legal terms in communication with conflicted parties works, though sometimes we do need to bring in the artillery. Thankfully, not often. Recently, we united a young mother with her children. Her children, both girls less than 10 years old. The couple were informally separated. She came to Chennai to work post-COVID, leaving the children in her husband's care with his consent. The husband disappeared with the children. No one knew his whereabouts. She could not meet her children at all. An FIR could only go so far because his phone was switched off most of the time. Shakti Public Charitable Trust provided the lady the support required through Maithili and her legal team. Now she has full visitation rights. I'm unhappy to use the word visitation rights. Is it not freedom? Is it not natural for a mother to want to visit her child even if she's separated from her husband or ex-husband? Peace, a freedom from fear and anxiety, justice, a basic right of everyone. Both were restored in this case. This is my work at Shakti Public Charitable Trust. My day is busy. There's a lot of hard work. It pays me rich dividends. But everything is not perfect. Everything is not an ideal solution like this. But who said, who can define perfection and who can define ideal? Both are very, very subjective words. I thank the divine for giving me the space to work in creating a fair and equitable society. My gratitude to Mr. R. Tyagarajan and Swamiji. A leap of faith in me for Aruna. Surely, Aruna Ganesh, thank you very, very much. Maithili, Aruna, and Shiv Shankar are my fellow trustees. Thank you all for your patient hearing. My video here is made by a young team, 3 young boys. They are only 24. They made my first awareness video, which I'm showing it to you for the first time. And I hope to screen it in schools, colleges, and corporates. This is less than 60 seconds. Please watch this. The company is called Flying Stardust Company. Flying Stardust Company. They are making my awareness video. 3 young boys are making this for me.
Kavita? 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 Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Thank you, madam. I hope you can take some observation or questions at the end of this session. Now I request to present her views.
உடைவது கண்ணாடி மட்டுமல்ல, உங்கள் மன நிம்மதியும் தான்.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Pranams at the lotus feet of Sri Sadguru. Pranams to Swamiji. A lot has already been spoken about justice and how it is conducive to bring about peace. Since morning, I was listening to the wonderful speakers ahead of me who are NGOs, activists, who get into the world and make a change in the world. I have no clue why am I put along with them because I'm a tourist. Vithalji speaks, he shows actions which I want to speak. Yes, without ideas, you can't act. The ideas there. Yesterday over the dinner table, we were speaking about how we catch the ideas. Brains. A lot has to be spoken. That is not our topic. So, the topic that is how peace is to lodge through justice has been addressed from a general philosophical perspective by Professor Sabhat, Dr. C.L. Ramakrishnan, and Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan as well. I'll continue in that tradition because I'm professionally and fill up probably the missing links to give you a complete picture as to how this problem, namely justice bringing peace along, has been addressed by philosophy in general, Indian philosophy in particular. In philosophy, Prayojana Vichara is something very significant. As you start in any discursive thinking, you first inquire about the Prayojana Vichara. Why should we undertake such a task? So now here, going Prayojana take upon an action without thinking what the use of that does. So here, evidently the Prayojana, how we can bring about peace via justice. That seems to be the task that we have at hand. Now, this can be achieved, according to me, I'm trying the whole problem, by undertaking 3 steps or 3 procedures, progressive 3 steps that we need to undertake. First, we need to analyze what justice indeed is. Unless we know, see, if you ask me to some water, unless I know what water is, how will I fetch it? So first we will have to define what justice is. We are all under the impression, quite like knowledge. I'm an epistemologist by profession. So we all think that we are pretty familiar with what knowledge is. But as you enter into the problem of knowledge, we know how elusive it is. Pretty like that, we have the problem of justice as well. First, we need to have a good analysis of justice, define it, and second, once we have definition of it, how we can bring about it, how we can achieve it, or the methods of achieving it. It's quite like, again, knowledge. First, you define knowledge, give a good analysis of knowledge. Then what are the sources of getting knowledge, like perception, inference, verbal testimony, so on and so forth. And the third, quite again, like in epistemological exercise, you have the skeptic challenges. Can we have knowledge at all? Because there are people like to take an Indian example or to take Western examples, David Hume and Robert Nozick, to speak about the current skeptics. We have series of skeptics starting from Greek times onwards who have questioned the very possibility of knowledge. Similarly,
in the case of justice as well. So can we have justice at all is a skeptic challenge that we will have to address as well. That would be the third concern. So my presentation would be navigated something like this. First, a quick analysis on what justice indeed is, where the emphasis would be the interrelation between justice and truth. I presume that you cannot address the problem of justice without parallelly addressing the problem of truth as well. So I'll speak about that. And second, as I have said, how to bring about justice, and third, to attend the case challenge. So let me go to my analysis. It's a very quick and quick paper because I know that it is pretty late in the evening and I don't want to test your patience as well. So what is just after all? There are various Western definitions available, and mostly favored definition that of John Rawls, who has defined justice as fairness. Very simple, definition justice as fairness. But I like the Socratic definition better. For Socrates, justice is more important because all other goods, all other finities flow from it. That is what he says in Republic 4, where he says, Socrates explains that justice is enacted by people when the three parts of the human psyche. What are the three parts? The appetite, the reason, and the spirit. All these three are in perfect harmony. When you have the perfect harmony between appetite, the three faculties, the appetite, the sensational, the rational, and the spiritual, then you have a harmony, and this alone can bring in justice. This is what Socrates has said. So this harmony is a state in which reason controls appetite, and both are being controlled by the spirit, where the spirit functions as a charioteer, controlling the two horses of the spirit, the rational and the sensational faculties. But I'll stop with the Western analysis because I have something very original to speak from the Indian position. So I'll stay and look for a native response, or what we call a lakshana. In Indian philosophy, definition is called lakshana. Lakshana from the Indian position. In India, the concept of justice at the social level has been talked at length in the Niti Shastra, the Dharma Sutras, and the Upavedas. But in all these instances, we resort to the law, the normative ethics, at the formal level, where we are trying to implement justice forcefully by law in the society. But this approach to impose the law to bring about justice is smeared with problems, as well, very well shown in the morning, as well as subsequently, of course, they were NGOs, so they were not getting into the theoretical aspect. But then most of them who have spoken in the morning, particularly those who spoke from the philosophical angle, have very well shown that this normative ethics can barely bring about justice in the society. So this debate about the normative ethics takes us to the metaphysical square. Sir Owen Dixon once made to a woman at a dinner party, in response to her observation, she was praising his enactment of justice, and she was saying how wonderful it was to dispense justice. And to her, either cynically or in exasperation, Dixon said, "Excuse me, all lawyers here." He says, "I do not have anything to do with justice, madam. I sit on a court of appeal where none of the facts are known. 1/3 of the facts are excluded by normal frailty and memory, 1/3 the negligence of the profession, and the remaining third by the archaic laws of evidence." And this is what happens with regard to the law. So the general consensus by and large seems that justice cannot be brought by merely imposing law. In other words, the normative ethics has never seen success. The Indian method, so now I'm not making, radical statements regarding the uselessness of, please don't read into things into that. But what I'm trying to impose is about the significance of metaphysics and how
metaphysics enrolls ethics into it. The Indian method, in its original format, is to roll up all ethical principles in its metaphysics. By grasping the nature of reality, what is metaphysics? Whatever that is beyond physics, that is which speaks about that science. Metaphysics or ontology is that science which speaks about the problem or the nature of reality. So by grasping the nature of reality, one will get to know the nature of truth. And truth will lead you to knowledge, and knowledge to right action, and right action to peace. Now, I don't have to speak about justice here. Once the peace is in place, naturally there will be justice. So reality is known as truth. Now, there is an integral in Indian philosophy, they say samavaya sambandha, inherent relation between truth and justice, as well as reality and truth. Very often, ancient Indians as well as Greek philosophers used to identify truth and reality. If you read ancient Greek philosophy, very often they use these two terms, reality / truth. They have been considered as synonyms, but today we know that. But there is a slight difference. I'm not getting into the philosophical discussion whether reality and truth can be synonyms or not. That's a larger philosophical problem. But just let me tell you this much, that what is reality and what is truth? How do you distinguish it? Reality, when targeted by an individual, well, there is reality. Assume that reality is something. Say, go with Bauddhas, and then you say that reality is Shunya, or go with Advaitins, you say that reality is Brahman. Whatever be the status of reality, when human beings address it, becomes the problem of truth. So you have reality, and when a human knowing agent targets it, it becomes the problem of truth, the same entity in fact. But when it becomes subjected to a human cognition, it becomes truth. And truth, when attained by humans, becomes knowledge. And right knowledge, when attained, leads one to right action. Indeed, Dinada, great philosopher of the logical school of Buddhism of the 5th century AD, says, right knowledge is that which leads you to purposive action, because knowledge is meant for action. So right knowledge, when attained, leads one to right action, which leads to the well-being of the individual and thereby the society. Now, nobody speaks about the well-being of the society. Well, let me tell you this, I am speaking. So, right action from reality, you spoke about truth, from truth to knowledge, from knowledge to right action, and then right action to the well-being of the individual, and there ends the matter. And then the peace of the society is a natural byproduct of that. So in this way, truth, reality, truth, knowledge, and right action form 4 quarters of a rectangle, the all being interconnected, and justice or well-being of the individual. And through that, now you might wonder, well, how can you speak about the justice of the individual? I'll quickly come to that. So the well-being of the individual, keep justice for a while aside. The well-being of the individual at least is the center place of this rectangle. Now let's come to the second problem. How can we achieve justice? The problem of justice involves the problem of the other. Now, where is this other? The general notion on justice indicates that it is something which the self gives to the other. As you know, throughout, and particularly in the afternoon discussion, we get this feeling that justice is something that Professor Vitelji should get from me. So it is something that I should give to the other. Now, this is wrong. Justice is not something one, be it an individual or an agency, gives to the other. It is something that happens normally with the spiritual expansion of the self. The result of this might be enjoyed by the other, but the focus is always the self. It is the self whose spiritual expansion that has been addressed in the text, and by
by that very performance, the other is being benefited. While speaking about the concept of yajna, last time I did speak about the spiritual, by performing the yajna, I'm coming to that also. By performing the yajna, you have a dual benefit. The primary beneficiary is indeed the individual because he has the primary benefit, that is the metaphysical benefit. But the other, Vithalji, will get the material benefit of that, which is lower in status when compared to the metaphysical benefit. So the spiritual expansion of the individual and the justice that falls in place by which there are material benefits being given to the other is indeed lower in status when compared to the metaphysical benefit that I get. So this is how things fall in place. So you have a dual benefit by this spiritual progress. So the result of this might be enjoyed by the other, but the focus is always the self. In this lonely travel of an individual, to get redeemed from the ignorance, redeemed from the phenomenal world, the other comes in only incidentally, but sufficiently to maintain peace at the societal level. The other comes only incidentally. The focus is on it. This has been criticized since the time of Indologists. Early Indologists were accused that, look at in Indian philosophy, we don't have the problem of the other being addressed. There is no ethics here. There is no epistemology here. So this is all self-centered philosophy. But little they realize that this is the perfect way to bring in ethics. By bringing in, when I say to Dr. C.L. Ramakrishnan that you ought to do it, the minute that I say that you ought to do it, there's a primary tendency in him not to do it. So these oughts have never survived much. But when the ethics naturally blooms out from the awareness of the truth, things are different. Things take a different color. So in this lonely travel of an individual to get redeemed, the other comes only incidentally, but sufficiently to maintain peace at the societal level. I'll explain. We speak of the rights of the other in the Constitution. Look at your Constitution. In younger days, I have studied the civic sciences only during my 11th or 12th standard, where I was taught about the rights and the duties. And these days, particularly in the post-modern era, all the intellectuals think that it is our prime duty to focus on the rights rather than on the duties. And we are gravely mistaken. Though the Constitution speaks about both the rights and the duties, a glance at our classical text would reveal that duties are primary. They define your beingness and your station in life. I am a grihastha means where I am being placed in the life. And being placed in a particular life, while there are so many better things, like I can serve patients in the hospital, it's a very fine way of serving the society, but then my primary duty is something else. Who will do that? If I don't teach my students and my children at home, who will do that particular duty? This is precisely the topic of Bhagavad Gita. So the duties are primary, and they define your beingness and station. My station and its duties, broadly. I have already told you this, I think, in the previous conference. When Human Rights Declaration was made in UNESCO, Gandhi asked his mother, what do you think of human rights? And then his mother, illiterate mother, said, child, there is nothing called human rights. There are only human duties. So when you have human duties in place, when I do my duties, you don't have to ask for your rights. So this focus and the awareness on the duties, again, as I have said, serve you dual purpose. I am redeemed from my phenomenal being, and then you get all the material benefits. So duties implicate rights, and the emphasis therefore should be on duties, so that we don't have to speak about the rights at all. When a student of mine stands and tells me that I have this right, note that I am a failure. I have missed out my duties, or there is something wrong in between, right? So in fact, to speak about the rights, goes against the nature itself. Just look at the nature. Somebody was speaking, I think K.S. Radhakrishnan. Look at the nature. Is any entity in the nature speaks about their rights? Every entity seems to be busy performing their duties. Nobody speaks about their rights, barring human beings, and human beings only recently. So, in fact, to speak about rights goes against the very culture or the very principle of nature. The nature seems to be working constantly, and everything in nature seems to be pretty well aware of its duty, engrossed in fulfilling its duties, and that seems to be the very principle by which we can define the nature. And as I have said, this is the principle of yajna, which has been spoken at length by Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita. One of the prime principles that he has spoken. If you take the sum and substance of Bhagavad Gita, one of the principles is this principle of yajna, where he says, perform your duties as yajna. That is the fine way of acting. Yajnardhat karmanonyatra lokoyam karma bandhanaha. Because you have been anyway tied up with karmas, and every being or entity seems busy performing yajna. He says, look at the whole world, everything seems to be performing yajna. Sarvam yajne pradishthita. The very principle of the cosmos itself is rooted in the principle of yajna. Hence the call is to perform actions as if you are performing an yajna, an ahuti to the Lord. And this is, friends, metaphysics and not ethics. This is the metaphysics, because you will have to perform actions as yajnas for a set of metaphysical reasons. What are these metaphysical reasons? The individual being, the jiva, thrown into this world of karma. There is no Sartrean either or. Either I can perform actions or I can sit quietly. Krishna very beautifully says that there is no option for you. You will have to perform karma. So having given this ought that you will have to perform karma, you have no escape from it. Hence the right way of doing it, how to perform it in the right fashion, is by, so that you can get back to your original home, is by performing them as yajna. And these, and thereby it will become non-binding, so that you don't further create vasanas and you will eventually get released. So this non-binding karmas will eventually release you from the vasanas and rescue you from the cycle of birth. Hence my theory. This I have been repeating unashamedly in several platforms, that ethics is a derivation of metaphysics, which is the first philosophy. So in India, metaphysics is the first philosophy, be it ethics or aesthetics. They are sub-disciplines getting rolled, roles. Something has been packed inside. So ethics and aesthetics are things which patch up along with metaphysics. One who is aware of the nature of reality has no way out other than behaving in such a fashion as I have already said. One who is aware of the nature of reality will strive to realize the reality, and this will automatically straighten his weird ways of behaving in the world. As Sureshwara in Naishkarmya Siddhi has said, that he was talking about the nature of the Jivan Mukta, and he says, where is the place for dirt in a burning fire? Just as there is no place for dirt in burning fire, so too, with regard to Jivan Mukta, he doesn't need any ethical discourses. He is naturally ethical. I am reminded of an example, an anecdote of Sri Ramana Maharshi. As he was climbing the Arunachala hill, he picked up a little lamb, wounded, and up the hill he dropped it. And then someone, one of the disciples said, "Oh Maharshi, you've been very compassionate to the little lamb." Then he said, "Oh, it was so we were not aware that, okay, today is a fine day, so let me do some good karmas." And you start doing it. That's not the case. It becomes so very natural, and you don't have to wait till you become Jivan Mukta. All through the way, it becomes natural adaptation to this. Another example is, the principle of Karuna, the Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, and Upeksha, the four principles. I forget, it's called something in Buddhism. So this principle of Karuna, it is not compassion. It's not at all compassion. The Karuna, for instance, in Malayalam, there is a great poet called Kumaranashan. He has written a beautiful poem called Karuna, where he speaks about the Upagupta, the Buddhist bhikshu, and Vasavadatta, prostitute. Vasavadatta, being enchanted by the figure of Upagupta, calls him and he said, ask him to come up. He says, no, this is not the time, I'll come later. And once Vasavadatta becomes ill and she was thrown on the road, Upagupta comes to her. And then he says, this is the time. This is the time that I have said, I promised you that I'll come. Then she says, why did you come? And I said, I have come. This is the right time for you. And why is it that, now don't think that Upagupta was compassionate. Compassion is not the word. Actually, by making this quick English translation, we are losing all the essence that is enrolled with the metaphysics. He realizes the nature of Vasavadatta because he knows that she is not to be accused. He knows the nature of reality. He knows the pratitya samutpannatva of reality. The Buddha's metaphysical principle that he has a particular approach towards Vasavadatta. So this is what I'm trying to impress you. So the collection of metaphysical principles, that is the nature of the origination of things, the nature of momentariness, and the non-substantivity of things, all this have made Upagupta to adopt this particular approach towards Vasavadatta. So in brief, justice will be imparted to the society when people act being led by their right awareness on the nature of reality. This is how knowledge comes to play a great role in bringing justice. Right knowledge, as I already said, will lead to efficacious and purposive actions. Now the last concern, that is the skeptic challenges. Can we have justice at all being implemented? Or why should we prioritize justice over a cluster of other values like, say, freedom, truth, etc. Now, often people, particularly in the postmodern world, say that freedom should supersede all other virtues. As Sartre have famously said, freedom is the pioneer since, I will close. Freedom is the pioneer since unless the individual can respond to the either or, Sartre, the existentialist, say that you have the either or. And unless you are free, you can respond ideally to the ethical situation authentically. This is what is called an authentic response. One cannot be held responsible for their actions either in that case. So the value of freedom thus takes precedence over all other virtues. Of course, Sartre was right, I agree, but Indian philosophy goes a step ahead. Indian philosophy, it has own traditions, maintain that freedom comes from within the awareness of the reality and with the practice to control the vrittis. Who spoke about, Dr. Ramakrishnan spoke about the chitta vritti virodha. The story of Angulimala, you know that. Angulimala asked Buddha to stop. Then Buddha continues walking. And then Angulimala says, didn't you hear? Are you deaf? I asked you to stop and take another route. Then Buddha says, no, I am not traveling. You are the one who is traveling. By traveling, he meant the vrittis of the chitta. That is the travel that he meant. So from this awareness of the nature of reality as pure consciousness and about the nature of the material world as phenomenal, you plan your journey. And once you set your journey towards your final goal of realizing the nature of the self, things fall in place. So this goal will set the path as well as the goal where peace and tranquility will be spread around the spiritual aspirant. And justice will be seen as one byproduct of this great exercise. As Jiddu Krishnamurti has famously said, violence arises in the individual. When there is incoherence in the doxas meaning beliefs. When you have incoherent beliefs, you are doing violence to yourself, your own self. I speak something to her, and then I think something else, and I do certain other things. Then I lose a coherent personality to myself, and this is the beginning of the violence. And it is this violence which is shown in the external world. In the morning, Swamiji was speaking about how deceiving others, you deceive yourself and the self-deception that takes place. So the takeaway lesson is that self is the most valuable entity, as Yajnavalkya said in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, that it is Navare Patihu Kamaya Pati Priyo Bhavati, Atmanastu Kamaya Pati Priyo Bhavati. You love yourself. I see this bottle not for the interest of the bottle. As there is a flesh of cognition, I can also see myself. And it is this desire to see the self that promotes me to look or have the cognition of this bottle. Otherwise, who is interested in the world? No individual is interested in the world. Everybody is interested or trying to catch the self. And the longer duration that you can catch the self, we normal beings, we do not have other means to catch the self. And therefore, we resort to the phenomenal methods like perception. So let me sum up. Peace in oneself is the single source of the peace in the society. When there is restfulness, as someone was Ramakrishna sir was saying about Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. So when there is, by repeating Shanti, Shanti, you will not get Shanti, but you will have to act for it. First realize it, then set on, as Vinaga says, set on to action, plan it, and take care of yourself, and the whole society will be taken care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Now you can raise your queries, comments, or observations.
I liked your phrase about you don't bring in the heavy artillery. That's really, but I think the crux of your source of power to bring change or initiate change lies in your ability to use that armamentarium. And this is something that I have also noticed as a journalist, where the confidence comes to you from the ability and the knowledge of those laws, those methods of acupressure and acupuncture. I have summarized it for myself and for my other colleagues with a very bland-looking proverb, which says, walk softly, but carry a big stick. So what Madam also said, that, and we talked about love, we talked about reconciliation, we talked about not using the harsh to understand the other. But anybody would say that understanding also has to have limits, because there are dark depths beyond which you cannot go. However much you understand, they have legal and physical consequences of those actions. So having that stick with you is what I think is the source of your power. Thank you. And what Madam said about, there is another way of looking at things. Buddhi yukto jahatiya ubhe suttuta dushkrute tasmad yogaya yujjasva yoga karmasu kaushalam. So good and bad is not really the focus of matter of fact. It is the kaushala in the karma. And that is where you need a skillful surgeon to do that spiritual surgery. Thank you.
Now, I request Dr. Sampath Kumar to come and summarize the evening session.
probably next to Sudha Seshian, who is a very great exponent on Kamba Ramayanam. Priya Ramachandran also following the same footsteps. It is through Itikasas. It is not only Ramayana, Mahabharata. The Indian perspective of establishment of peace within oneself as well as outside is possible. And she attempted to bring out the peace which is possible through the epic Ramayana. Of course, we find dispensation of justice in ethics. The next speaker, Dr. Kalpana Shankar, talked about social justice and peace. Through her own experience working in an NGO, in which she is trying to eliminate child labor, poverty, bring the health and sanitation, and her concern to environment. And it seems her NGO had set up many micro enterprises, nearly 100,000 micro enterprises. It's a great one, the job they are doing. So social justice in terms of economic growth, she emphasized, it is not definitely a model practiced in Tamil Nadu model as a social justice. It is the menace of the liquor and drugs that is increasing in Tamil Nadu nowadays. So that is not social justice, but she would like to bring social justice by economic growth. For that, her NGO had given a plan that is 5-pillar program. Coming to the next speaker, Madhumati Madam, her sole concern is bringing up the marginalized women and children. That is the motto of her foundation. It is Dharma that sustains society. Very aptly she declared. It is Dharma which differs from justice also, because justice is a narrow word, refer to one particular aspect, whereas Dharma is a comprehensive, what you call more than mere justice. She emphasizes justice is the application of law, whereas Dharma deals with one's own duty. She emphasized the importance of education, especially for women. Then next speaker, Ms. Maithili Mehta. As an advocate, she defined what is justice. The sense of justice leads to unrest. Sorry, the sense of injustice leads to what you call unrest. Seeking justice is a very arduous task, no doubt, particularly in the court of law. And now, my personal observation, you may differ. Of course, she has at the end of her talk a positive note about the dispensation of justice in the Indian court. But I differ. Only those who have money and the power can get justice in the court of Indian courts, I can say. I cannot go and knock the Chief Justice in the middle of the night. It is Kapil Sibal can do it. But I cannot. Because I cannot hire Kapil Sibal. So only money that will make justice rendered. Or a powerful NGO, in the name of NGO, or a social activist, who could disturb the Chief Justice in the middle of the concert. And he is running here and there to hear her plea in the Supreme Court in the middle of the night. And immediately he constituted a bench to hear in the dawn of the night, day. So this is the justice. As an advocate, she had put a positive note, as I said. Nowadays, it is going, it is changing. For example, the mediation is the legal remedy, no doubt. And then she find a wholesome solution to any problem. Another point she emphasized is forgiveness as an important virtue. Then coming to the next speaker, Ms. Soumitra Srinivasan. She works in an NGO and she is a part of that NGO. The aim of that NGO is to restore peace and justice. And she's trying to do it through the NGO. And she is trying to create awareness through short videos. One such a beautiful video we have witnessed, particularly seeking legal redress to women. And she emphasizes the inner peace as the goal. Peace is freedom from fear and anxiety. Coming to my colleague, Professor Srikala Nair, whose presentation is somewhat different from the other speakers. Being an academician and a professor, she had her own method of delivering the concept of peace is born of justice through Indian philosophical perspective. Of course, with the 3 steps, we can bring peace. She had elaborated the 3 steps. One is analysis or definition of the concept of peace and justice, and then methods to bring about this, and what are the challenges that we face in bringing this peace and justice. An important point she emphasized from Indian philosophical point, the truth brings to knowledge, and this knowledge takes you to the righteous action, and this will take you the well-being of the doer or the individual, and automatically you get peace as a byproduct. This is from the Indian perspective she had done. So perform action as yajna, he emphasized. We find all these speakers, they're all rooted in their own civilizational moorings. Their root is their cultural moorings, their root. Why I am emphasizing this is to bring the idea of Bharat as Vishwaguru. This is possible how? To recollect my memories with the inaugural session where Sri Manoharan had elaborated and very he is in a right spirit here has spoken. That is by 2047, our country, that is 100 years after the independence, our country is definitely going to be the 3rd largest economy in terms of GDP. Right. And he also pointed out that the Western culture is in terms of economy, whereas we should not be like that. Something more than the material economic terms of growth. So that's what I call it. Bharat should become Vishwaguru. It was Vishwaguru, but because of some problem and thousand year, the Bharatiyas forget about our strengths. And now it is possible to be Vishwaguru by 2047. And what one should do for that? It is not mere slogans that will make us Vishwaguru. But what one should do it. So next 24 hours, we have 24 years, we have to actively contribute to the growth of this nation to become Vishwaguru. What one should do it? One should develop the skills. It is not merely acquiring some education or knowledge. One should contribute, using this skill, contribute to the nation building. I would like to recall one of the speaker or two speakers were mentioning about the job and the education they have. The job a person is doing some menial work after getting degree. See, when you see that degree and the job is proportional, then there is a problem. In this competitive world, one should learn or earn or develop skills in addition to the degrees which you are getting. And one should be patient to get a suitable job. Till then, whatever the job we get or one gets has to. There is no this job is inferior or that job is inferior. As Sri Kala Nair was telling that, act as an yajna. And as she rightly said that that boy was singing happily and doing that cleaning. The involvement is more important. At the same time, develop the skill. And by this development of the skill, one can easily contribute towards the growth of the nation. And this is possible once you are rooted in your own cultural moorings. Allow the diversity. Allow the diversity in the society. Every individual can contribute. And I accept this diversity, be it in ideology or faith. There is no one single ideology that will lead economic growth. There is no single faith that will bring you inner peace. So identify the diversity, appreciate the diversity, allow the diversity. Through this diversity, our nation, Bharat, can become Vishwaguru. By that way, we can earn peace both inside as well as outside. With this remarks, I would like to end my comments with a quote from Mahatma Gandhi. If you love peace, then hate injustice, hate tyranny, hate greed, but hate these things in yourself, not in another. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Pranams to Swamiji and all the important activists of Vishnu Vamadhan Foundation. And I am very grateful to be the moderator of this illustrious speakers who are all women. The lone man, the other person has gone up. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
We are coming to the last bit of our evening session. I request Mrs. Kavita Raghunathan to hand over the memento to Maitri. No, Saumitra. Saumitra. Saumitra Srinivasan. Okay. Soumitra. Can I have Professor C.T. Indra, who will present the memento to Professor Shrikala Nayak.
I used to see her, the great reference as she was walking down, she was professor at the university. She used to walk down and I used to stand like that.
Can I have? Yes.
Thank you, Swamiji, for permitting me to make 2 points. These points cannot be made on the third day when I'm chairing another session. I come from the field of literature. So you were a loner, the others were all in one group. I'm very happy to see that there is gender justice in having my colleague, Professor Sampath Kumar. I think deliberately he was foisted there, like a terrorist, shall we say, philosophical terrorist. Okay. But I just thought, as a student of literature, there is something that in the last 20 years or so, the kind of form that came into existence, they were called life narratives, telling it as it is, and so on. Not even Mahabharata can be reduced to kind of telling it as it is, because as Rajaji shows, there are so many built-in narratives there. But telling it as it is, life narratives were the new genres in the field of literature. And my own most intellectual and also forward-looking students, I sent them to Australia, where new kind of writing was coming up. They interviewed all these suppressed women who became dramatists, and these narratives, life narratives, what we read it, you know, it was oral narrative, but it was made into theater. So my very first PhD scholar from Australia, no, she worked on this subject. And so all these women whom I listened to were showing visual narratives and telling it as it is, whether it is your maid or I mean, a beaten woman or somebody, even the husband. I have a pity for the husbands of these ladies, not these ladies. I'm talking about the way I'm single, so I may not understand a husband's problem, but still I pity some of these rickshaw wallahs and so on. Why do they drink and so on? So gender justice can also be looked at from the other point of view. Gender includes men also, because I've never worked in women's institutions. I have always worked in, studied also in that kind of situation. So all these women, I just remembered when I listened to them or saw their videos, they are representing actually visually the new change that has come over in the last 30 years called life narratives or telling it as it is. I come to my illustrious colleague. I'm nobody before her, except that she said that she saw me in the university. I have a little quarrel with you. Paneerselvam may also be there. You made a polarity, a binary between metaphysics and ethics. Okay, as a student of literature, I remember the great poem. I think Dr. Radhakrishnan is not here. I understand, madam. I have to quarrel with you. Otherwise, I cannot be an interlocutor. Okay. So, in the great poem among school children, Yeats was just deeply involved in Advaita Vedanta and also other literatures. Mohini Charity was teacher and so on. Eliot, whatever it is, when all is said and done, he did not go past a particular kind of void. Whereas in the great poem among school children, the question that you almost made it a kind of a capsule, like the Western doctor who gives you a antibiotic for 5 days, you consume it and so on. You said self is that, and then ethics is, something inferior, something like that. On the other hand, the search is always for a kind of unity of being, and therefore the great poet wrote, you see, oh, body swayed to music. Can you know the dancer from dance? Okay, can you know dancer from dance? Dancer may be the ethics, and dance may be your self. Similarly, oh, the rooted blossomer, he's addressing the tree. Okay, are you the leaf, the bowl, or the branch? Which are you? And so, madam, I'm not a philosopher. Panisharan is also there, but I just wanted to submit this in the presence of God, Swamiji, because Swamiji in every program is trying to just not only reconcile the two polarities. There is a reality which is beyond the polarities. Thank you very much for your patient time given to me. So, thank you.
Can I call upon Mr. Ravi Gopalakrishnan, please? He will present the memento to Professor Sampath Kumar. So the evening has come to an end. Lots of food for thought, lots of food for done. A big thank you to the audience for having been so patiently listening to all the sessions that have happened. And a very big thank you to all the speakers for having adhered to the timings when they saw me walking up. Yes, we'll finish it. That was my Swamiji's Anugraha, that I could just stand there and make them listen and say, yes, we will finish the session on time. So once again, a very big thank you to everybody, and Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Tomorrow morning, the session starts at 9:30. So we're having quite a few eminent speakers. So I'd be glad if you all be seated here by 9:15. Thank you. Another small announcement. Devotees who would like to have a darshan of Swamiji after the session here, he is available in room number 405. You all can go and meet him and talk to him. Thank you.